Welcome back, legends. You're at N.O. Harry. Another incredible story awaits. What if Sherlock Holmes was called to Privet Drive at age 7 and exposed Dumbledore to Parliament? Subscribe and hit the bell. Let's dive right in. Chapter 1. The cupboard. The train from London to Surrey was 43 minutes late, which gave Sherlock Holmes plenty of time to deduce the life histories of everyone in their carriage and then stare at the ceiling in profound, almost physical agony. He had catalogued the man in the grey suit by the window, travelling salesman, second marriage, lies about his income, within the first 4 minutes. The woman with the red handbag was recovering from a broken collarbone she was pretending was fully healed, probably for insurance reasons. The teenager with the Walkman had borrowed it from a friend and was terrified of losing it. Sherlock had worked all of this out before the train even cleared the platform, and the remaining 39 minutes had been the sort of slow, grinding torture that made him want to climb the walls. "Stop it," Mycroft said, without looking up from his book. "I'm not doing anything." "You're vibrating." Sherlock looked at his own leg. It was, in fact, bouncing at considerable speed. He stopped it. 20 seconds later it started again. Mycroft turned a page. He was 17 and handled Sherlock with the weary expertise of someone who had been dealing with a small force of nature for his entire adolescence. Their parents were in Geneva for the month, father at a conference, mother accompanying him because she always accompanied him, which was a topic Sherlock had a great many observations about and had been firmly told to keep to himself. Mycroft had been left in charge, which Mycroft regarded as beneath him and Sherlock regarded as an opportunity. "Why are we going to Aunt Helena's?" Sherlock asked. "Because she invited us. She invites us every summer and we never go. This summer, we're going." "Why?" Mycroft finally looked up. He had the sort of face that would, in about 10 years, become distinguished, all sharp angles and contained authority, but at 17 it still read occasionally as a teenager trying very hard to look like a prime minister. "Because I need to use her address for a correspondence I'd rather Mother didn't see, and attending in person makes the arrangement more credible." Sherlock stared at him. "What correspondence?" "None of your business." "Government?" Mycroft's expression did something very small and very controlled. "You are 7 years old. And you've been making contact with someone in the civil service for 4 months, Sherlock said. "The letterhead is distinctive even when you burn the letters. You missed a corner on the 17th of March. Also you've started reading 3 newspapers instead of 2, and you fold the financial pages inward, which means you're reading them last, which means you don't want to be seen reading them, which means they contain something you consider sensitive." He settled back in his seat. "You're building a relationship with someone in government. You want me to think it's about A-levels. It isn't." The carriage was quiet for a moment. The salesman by the window had stopped pretending to sleep and was listening with his eyes closed, which was not even slightly the same thing. Mycroft looked at his brother for a long moment. Then he said, with the particular tone of someone who has decided that capitulating is more efficient than resisting, "It's an internship. Informal. Do not tell Mother." "Obviously," Sherlock said, and went back to staring at the ceiling. The train pulled into Little Whinging station at 2:15 in the afternoon, and Sherlock stepped onto the platform and immediately understood everything there was to understand about Little Whinging. It was the sort of place that polished its garden ornaments. The streets were wide and identical and aggressively clean, lined with houses that all wanted very much to look like they had always looked like this, and had never been otherwise, and were not interested in any suggestion to the contrary. Every lawn was mowed. Every net curtain was straight. Sherlock walked through it with his hands in his pockets and felt, obscurely, like a foreign object in a particularly sterile body. Aunt Helena lived on Magnolia Crescent, a 10-minute walk from the station. She was their father's sister, eccentric in the way that certain people are eccentric when they have simply stopped caring what anyone thinks, which Sherlock respected, and her house was the one on the street that had too many wind chimes and a garden that had given up on formality. She met them at the door in paint-stained trousers and reading glasses pushed up into steel-gray hair, and she hugged Mycroft firmly and then crouched down and looked at Sherlock with bright, direct eyes. You've grown, she said. Obviously, Sherlock said. That's what children do. She laughed, which was the correct response. Come in, then. I've made lemonade. Real lemonade, not the powder. He lasted until 6 o'clock before he started exploring. It wasn't that Aunt Helena's house was boring, it was, in fact, considerably more interesting than most places, full of half-finished canvases and books stacked in geological layers and a kitchen that smelled of turpentine and rosemary, but interesting in a static way, and static interesting was not really Sherlock's currency. He needed movement. He needed something happening. He went out through the back garden gate and walked. Little Whinging's residential streets were arranged in a grid that managed to be both logical and deeply uninspiring, and he moved through them with the automatic, unconscious mapping instinct that he'd had for as long as he could remember, cataloging, filing, building the topology of the place in some back room of his brain while the front of it looked for something worth his attention. A dog had been sick outside number 11. The family at number 18 was not speaking to the family at number 20. Someone on the next street had recently installed a security camera but positioned it at exactly the wrong angle, which said something about their priorities. He turned onto Privet Drive at 18 minutes past 6. It was the most typical street he had ever seen, which was itself a kind of data. People who worked very hard to appear average were almost never average. He walked slowly, looking at each house with the particular quality of attention that most people found unsettling when they noticed it, not staring, exactly, but registering, as though he was reading each building the way other people read faces. Number 4 caught him almost immediately. It wasn't anything visible, at first. The house looked identical to its neighbors, same brick, same neat garden, same clean windows. But there was a car in the drive that was parked too carefully, turned at a precise angle that suggested the driver was anxious about dents, which told him about the driver's financial anxiety relative to the car's value. There were 3 sets of shoes by the front door, he could see them through the frosted glass panel, a very large pair of men's trainers, a smaller pair of women's shoes, and a boy's trainers that were significantly newer and cleaner than the interior of the house's general aesthetic warranted, which meant they were worn rarely, which meant the boy who wore them didn't go out much. There were also marks on the outside of the door that were too regular and too small to be weather damage, and a window at the side of the house, ground floor, tucked under the staircase, barely larger than a letterbox, that had a bolt on the outside. Sherlock stopped walking. He stood very still on the pavement opposite number 4 and looked at that bolt. It was not decorative. The paint around it was slightly newer than the paint around the window frame, suggesting it had been added after the house was built. The bolt was heavy-duty, the kind used on garden sheds or storage units. There was no earthly architectural reason to bolt a window shut from the outside on a ground-floor room. Unless you wanted to keep something in. He crossed the road. The front garden of number 4 had a low privet hedge, well-maintained, clipped to precisely the same height all the way along, and through a gap he could see the side of the house more clearly. The small window was not just bolted. There were curtains drawn on the inside, thin cotton things, and they were drawn with the careful tension of someone who had arranged them from within, which meant the room was occupied. There was a makeshift ventilation gap at the bottom of the window frame, propped open with what appeared to be a small stone. Someone had put a stone there. Someone small, who wanted air, and who could not open their window freely. Sherlock crouched down behind the hedge and thought very quickly. The room under the staircase. In a house like this, that would be, he counted the internal geometry against the external dimensions, approximately 5 feet long, perhaps 4 feet wide at its widest point, tapering. Barely large enough for a cot. Certainly not large enough for a bedroom by any legal definition he was aware of. He looked at the front door again. The house had 3 residents, the large man's shoes, the woman's shoes, the boy's shoes. But the boy's shoes were too new, too rarely worn, and the 3rd bedroom window was unlit at an hour when a child of approximately, he assessed the shoe size, 7 or 8 years old would usually be present in their room. The mathematics of it assembled itself in his mind with the quiet, decisive click of a combination lock. There was a child living in that room under the stairs. Sherlock was 7 years old, and he was aware of certain limitations that came with being 7 years old, primarily the limitation that adults did not listen to 7-year-olds, especially when the 7-year-old was making accusations about their neighbors. He was also aware that he had approximately 4 minutes before the man in the large trainers, who worked a job that kept him out until between 6:15 and 6:30 based on the position of the car, which was freshly parked, arrived home, at which point the front of the house would be less accessible. He went around to the side. The small window was at ground level, which meant if he knelt on the grass here was unmown, slightly ragged, as though no one had bothered with the side passage, he was at eye level with the ventilation gap. He could see a thin strip of the interior through the gap. It was dark in there, the darkness of a room with no natural light source, and for a moment he could see nothing. Then something moved. A shape in the darkness resolved itself, a child, sitting with knees pulled up, reading by the thin horizontal stripe of light that came through the ventilation gap. The book was being held at an angle to catch that single inch of evening light. The child's face, when it tilted toward the window, probably at the sound of Sherlock's approach, was thin. Sharp cheekbones. Dark hair that grew in several directions at once. Very large, very green eyes behind round glasses that were held together at the bridge with what appeared to be sellotape. They looked at each other through the ventilation gap. Sherlock said, quietly, "Hello." The boy blinked. He had the expression of someone who had not been spoken to kindly in a very long time and wasn't entirely sure how to classify this. "Hello," he said. His voice was soft and slightly hoarse, the voice of a child who had learned to make itself small. "You're reading in the dark," Sherlock said. "That's bad for your eyes." "It's the only light." "I know." Sherlock looked at the bolt on the window above him. "Is there another way out of that room?" The boy's expression shifted, wariness layering over something that might have been hope if it had been given more practice. "The door." "But they don't always lock it, but he stopped. "They lock you in," Sherlock said. "Not a question." The boy heard that and something in his face went very still. "Sometimes." "What's your name?" "Harry." "Harry Potter." Sherlock sat back on his heels and looked at the bolt again. He thought about the shoe sizes, the bedroom windows, the 3 sets of shoes and the 3 bedrooms and the room that didn't count. He thought about the book Harry Potter had been holding at an angle to catch 1 inch of light, which meant it was not new behavior. You held a book at that specific angle only after you'd experimented with other angles and established the optimum, which meant this had been happening long enough for Harry to develop reading technique around it. "How long have you lived in there?" Sherlock asked. Harry's expression was hard to read, but not impossible. There was a quality to it that Sherlock had noticed in Mycroft sometimes, the expression of someone doing very fast arithmetic about how much truth was safe to tell. "I don't remember not living in there," Harry said, finally. "I mean, I used to sleep in there from when I was little. Now sometimes I'm allowed." He stopped again. "It's where my bed is." "Your bed is in the cupboard under the stairs." "It's my room," Harry said, with a careful neutrality that was the saddest thing Sherlock had heard in recent memory. He heard the creak of the front gate behind him. He was on his feet and around the corner and walking calmly up the side path with his hands in his pockets before the front door opened. He heard a large man's voice say something indistinct, and then a door closing, and he kept walking until he was back on Privet Drive. He stood there for a moment in the early evening light. Then he turned around and memorized the front of number 4 with the particular, deliberate intensity that he used when he was building a case file. The position of the bolt window. The angle of the parked car. The 3 pairs of shoes. The unmown grass on the side passage where no one thought to look. The bedroom windows. The room that didn't count. He walked back to Magnolia Crescent at a pace that concerned several of the neighbors he passed, who were used to children walking like children and not like men calculating trajectories. Mycroft was in the kitchen helping Aunt Helena with dinner, or rather, Aunt Helena was cooking dinner and Mycroft was sitting at the kitchen table with a newspaper, which was his version of helping, when Sherlock came through the back door and stopped in the middle of the room. "We need paper," he said. "A lot of it." Mycroft looked up. There was something in Sherlock's face that Mycroft had learned, over 7 years, to take seriously, a particular quality of focus, like a lens concentrating light. When Sherlock looked like that, it usually meant that something had caught his attention and wasn't going to be released until he'd turned it over completely. "There's a sketch pad on the table in the sitting room," Aunt Helena said, without turning from the stove. Sherlock was already gone. Mycroft found him 20 minutes later in the sitting room, cross-legged on the floor with the sketch pad and a pencil, writing very quickly in his cramped, angular hand. The writing covered 3 pages already. Sherlock had also pulled a book from the shelf, a Surrey Residential Directory, the kind of thick reference book that was already becoming obsolete but that Aunt Helena kept because she was sentimental about reference books, and had it open beside him. "What is this?" Mycroft said. "Sit down." "Sherlock, sit down." Mycroft sat, which said everything necessary about the quality of Sherlock's voice at that moment. He pulled a chair from the corner and watched his brother write for another 2 minutes in silence. "There's a boy," Sherlock said, without stopping writing. "On Privet Drive. Number 4. His name is Harry Potter. He is approximately 7 years old, same as me, possibly a few months younger, and he is sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. A room approximately 5 feet by 4 feet at maximum, tapering. He has been placed there since he was small. The window is bolted from the outside. The family has 3 bedrooms, all of which are occupied by the 3 adult members of the household, and a 4th bedroom. I saw the window, there's a child's curtain, that is not being used as Harry's bedroom. They are keeping him in the cupboard while a perfectly functional bedroom exists upstairs." Mycroft was very quiet. The family appears to be, one large man, employed somewhere that requires physical activity. The calluses on his hands were visible through the window, and combined with the type of car, a company vehicle, not personally owned, which means regular salary, not a business owner, I'd estimate manual supervisory work. 1 woman. And 1 boy who is not Harry. The trainers by the door were too new and too large. A bigger boy. Different child. Sherlock finally looked up. The household has 2 boys of different ages. One of them has a bedroom. The other one is in a cupboard. The kitchen sounds had gone quiet. Aunt Helena was standing in the doorway, a wooden spoon in her hand, listening. Mycroft said, carefully, "How did you come to know this?" "I spoke to him. Through the ventilation gap." The what?" "He'd propped it open with a stone. For air." Sherlock looked back at his notes. "He said he doesn't remember not living there." "That's significant. This has been his situation for his entire conscious life." He said it with the tone of someone correcting himself. He started to say something else, something that implied it had changed recently, that perhaps previously he'd had some different arrangement, but he stopped. "Which means something changed." "Recently, possibly. There's something he didn't tell me." Mycroft pressed 2 fingers to the bridge of his nose. "Sherlock. You cannot simply, you're 7. You cannot investigate a neighbor's household." "I'm not investigating it anymore," Sherlock said. "I'm done investigating it. I know what's happening. A child is being kept in a cupboard. I am now making a case file, which is different." "A case file for whom?" Sherlock looked at him with the expression he reserved for very stupid questions. "For whoever we give it to. Social services. The police. The newspapers. Someone." He picked up the pencil again. "I need to speak to Harry again tomorrow. Properly. He was careful with what he told me, he's practiced being careful, you could hear it, but I can get more if he trusts me." "He doesn't know you." "He will." Sherlock said it with the simple confidence of someone who had not yet encountered a reason to doubt his own ability to make things happen. "I'm going back tomorrow morning. I'll take something." He was reading. A book. Something good. Sherlock, also, Sherlock said, I need you to find out what you can about the family. Dursley, the name on the electoral register for number 4 Privet Drive will be Dursley, I'd expect. Find the full names, employment history, whether there are any records on file about the boy. He paused. And find out about a Harry Potter. Any information about who his parents were, how he came to live with these people, whether there's any legal documentation about his placement there. Aunt Helena came into the room and sat down on the end of the sofa. She was looking at Sherlock with an expression that was partly admiration and partly something more serious. Do you know, she said, you sound exactly like your father when you do that. Father never did anything with it, Sherlock said. Dinner ready? He went back at 9 o'clock the next morning. He brought 2 books, a copy of Treasure Island from Aunt Helena's shelves, and his own battered copy of a chemistry introduction he'd been reading since March, and he knocked very lightly on the small window, 3 times, which was a pattern he'd decided on during the walk over as being distinct enough to be recognizable and quiet enough not to carry. There was a pause, and then the thin cotton curtain shifted, and Harry's face appeared in the ventilation gap. It's you, Harry said, with the wary surprise of someone who had not fully believed last night had actually happened. Obviously, Sherlock said. I brought books. Another pause. Why? Because you were reading in the dark and the book you had looked like something you'd already read several times based on the spine damage, so I thought you might want something new. He held the Treasure Island up to the gap. Can you get it through? Harry assessed the gap, then reached through and took the book with the practiced ease of someone who had negotiated that particular space many times. He looked at it for a moment. Then he said, thank you. Don't mention it. Sherlock settled himself on the grass of the side passage, sitting with his back against the house wall, legs stretched out. The sun was warming up the morning and the grass was still slightly damp. What do they tell you about yourself? He asked. Your family. What reasons do they give for? He gestured at the cupboard. Harry was quiet for a moment. They say I'm not normal. That I do wrong things. And that this is where I should be, because of it. Wrong things, Sherlock said. What kind of wrong things? He watched Harry's face do the arithmetic again. Then, slowly, Harry said, sometimes things happen. Around me. That I didn't do on purpose. Once a teacher's wig turned blue. Once I was being chased and I ended up on the school roof and I don't know how. Things like that. He said it in the tone of someone confessing to something shameful. I can't explain it. Sherlock looked at him steadily. He had, in the last 12 hours, added several new lines to his case file, including one that had made Mycroft put down his newspaper and lean forward slightly. He was not yet sure what to do with those lines. But he filed Harry's information carefully, in the particular internal cabinet where he kept things that didn't have explanations yet. That doesn't explain a cupboard, Sherlock said. They said, no, Sherlock said. I mean it. What you're describing, strange things happening, that is not an explanation for a cupboard. Those are 2 separate things. Even if the things you describe were real, and I'm not deciding that yet, they would not constitute grounds for a child to be housed in a storage space. Do you understand? There is no explanation that makes this acceptable. Harry stared at him through the gap. He looked, Sherlock thought, like someone who had been told something in a foreign language that he could almost understand, the shape of it recognizable, but the meaning still just slightly out of reach. You speak very strangely for a kid, Harry said. I've been told. Sherlock looked at the bolt above him. What's your cousin's name? Dudley. And the parents, you call them what? Aunt? Uncle? Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Harry said both names with a flatness that was itself a kind of testimony. How long has this been your situation? Since I can remember. And before that? Harry's brow furrowed. Before I can remember. You said last night you started to say something, that it had changed. Something about, used to. I want to know if there was a before. Harry was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Sherlock didn't push, which was unusual for him. He'd learned, in the last 12 hours, that Harry responded better to space than to pressure, that he'd been conditioned to expect pressure and had built a thick wall against it, but that space confused him slightly, and in that confusion he sometimes said real things. "My mum and dad died," Harry said, finally. "When I was a baby. I don't remember them. But sometimes I dream about a green light and someone laughing, but that can't be a real memory. I was barely more than a year old." He stopped. "Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash. Uncle Vernon says my dad was a drunk and that's why I turn out wrong. What do you think?" Sherlock said. Harry blinked. Nobody, it was clear, had ever asked him what he thought about this. I don't know. Something about it doesn't feel right. But I don't know what's right." Sherlock made a note in his head. A car crash with no evidence of investigation, a child placed with relatives with no apparent legal process, a family who clearly resented the child's presence. The pattern was incomplete but the shape was becoming clearer. He looked at his own hands for a moment, thinking. "Harry," he said. "I'm going to find out what actually happened. To your parents, to you, how you ended up here. I'm going to build a proper case file and then I'm going to take it to someone who can do something with it. And I want you to help me." Harry looked at him for a long time through the ventilation gap. "Why?" he said. "You don't know me." "I know enough. I know you've been here your whole life for reasons nobody has explained to you. I know you're reading by millimeters of light because they didn't bother to give you a lamp. I know you hold the book at that exact angle because you've spent long enough in there to find the optimum." Sherlock met his eyes. "And I know you're clever enough to have been very careful with what you tell me, which means you've survived this situation by being careful, which means you're good at survival. I want someone good at survival." Something shifted in Harry's face, not hope exactly, but the small, tentative movement toward hope that is sometimes more powerful than the thing itself. "What's your name?" Harry asked. "Sherlock Holmes." "That's a weird name. Pot, kettle, Harry Potter." And Harry laughed, a surprised, genuine laugh that sounded like it hadn't been used in a while and was slightly out of practice, and Sherlock decided, in that moment, that he was going to win this. The morning progressed. They talked through the gap for 2 hours, and Sherlock was methodical about it, drawing out details with the patience he usually reserved for particularly interesting experiments, asking questions, and then going quiet and letting Harry fill the silence. He learned that Harry cooked breakfast every morning and was expected to cook it correctly or not eat, that Dudley Dursley had a second bedroom used purely for storage of his toys, that Harry had never had a birthday party, or a birthday present he could name, or a Christmas present that wasn't Dudley's cast-offs, that Harry had once been punished for showing up a classmate in maths class, despite the fact that Harry had not done anything except answer the question correctly, that the Dursleys received letters sometimes that made Aunt Petunia go very pale and very rigid and which were burned immediately, that once, when Harry was 5, a man in a purple cloak had been seen watching the house from across the road for 3 days and had then disappeared, that Petunia had, on at least 2 occasions, made telephone calls late at night in a voice Harry described as frightened, to someone she called the headmaster. Sherlock's pencil had been moving the entire time. "The letters," he said. "Did you ever see what they looked like before they were burned?" Harry thought. "Yellowish. Heavy paper. Like old paper. Sealed with, I don't know, like a wax seal. Red. I saw one once, through the kitchen door. Aunt Petunia saw me looking and sent me back. A crest on the seal. A symbol? I think so. I was quite young." Sherlock underlined something. "And she called him, the headmaster. What did she say?" "As much as you can remember." Harry's expression went inward. He had, Sherlock had noticed, an excellent memory, the kind that came from spending large amounts of time alone with only your own thoughts for company. She said, once I heard her say, he has to stay here, you agreed, he has to stay here until, and then she saw the door wasn't quite closed and shut it. I only heard those words. Sherlock stopped writing. He looked at the wall of the house opposite him. He looked at the bolt. He looked at his notes. He has to stay here. Until. A condition. A timeline. Someone, a headmaster, had made an agreement with Petunia Dursley that Harry would stay in this house until something. A child placed by private agreement with no apparent legal framework, in a house with a family that resented him, for reasons connected to a headmaster who received letters on heavy parchment sealed with wax. And strange things happened around Harry. Things Harry described as accidental and uncontrolled and which had, as their consequence, Harry being put in a cupboard and told he was wrong. The shape of it was extraordinary. He didn't have the language for it yet, but the shape was extraordinary. Harry, Sherlock said, very carefully, have the strange things, the things that happen around you, has anyone ever told you what they are? Anyone outside the family? A doctor, a teacher, anyone? No. People don't usually see them. Or they convince themselves they didn't. Harry paused. There was one teacher, Miss Flint, in year 1. She saw the wig go blue. She looked at me for a very long time and then she said, he stopped. What did she say? She said, oh my. And then she looked like she was going to say something else. But then Aunt Petunia was there, I don't know how she got there so fast, school hadn't ended, and she talked to Miss Flint in the corridor for a long time and after that Miss Flint never talked to me about it again. She used to look at me though. Like she felt bad. Sherlock closed his sketchpad. He sat very still for a moment, the way he did when something very large was assembling itself in his mind and needed space to take shape. Then he stood up, brushing grass off his trousers. I'm going to come back this evening, he said. My brother, his name is Mycroft, he's 17 and he's very annoying but he's also the most useful person I know, he's going to find out some things today. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to look at everything together. He hesitated, which was rare for him. I want to, you don't have to trust me. I know you don't know me. But I need you to know that I'm not going to just file this away. I'm going to do something with it. Harry had pressed his face close to the ventilation gap, his green eyes very large and very serious. Why, he said again, but this time the question had a different quality to it, not suspicion, exactly, but something more fundamental, like a child asking why the sky was blue. A question that assumed there might genuinely be an answer. Sherlock considered the question. He could say, because it's a puzzle. Because the data is extraordinary and I want to solve it. Both of which were true. He could say, because it's wrong and wrong things need to be corrected, which was also true. He could say, because you were reading by a millimeter of light and you held the book at exactly the right angle and that was the first thing I saw of you and it made something in my chest do something I don't have a word for yet. He said, because I'm very good at finding things out, and you deserve to know the truth about yourself. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, okay. I'll be here. He said it with the small, dry irony of a child who has learned to find absurdity in the specifics of his own circumstances, and Sherlock, despite himself, almost smiled. I'll be back at 6, Sherlock said. If you hear 3 knocks, it's me. He walked back through the side passage, past the unmown grass and the bolt and the too small window, and turned onto Privet Drive, and walked with his hands in his pockets and his mind running at full speed. Mycroft was in Aunt Helena's sitting room with the telephone when Sherlock got back. This was not unusual. Mycroft spent a great deal of time on the telephone, speaking in the low, careful voice he used when he was talking to adults who didn't know he was 17, but the expression on his face when Sherlock came through the door was unusual. It was the expression of someone who has pulled on a loose thread and found that the thread was connected to something very large. He held up one finger. Sherlock sat. Yes, Mycroft said into the phone. That's consistent with what I have. No, I appreciate your, yes. Thank you. He replaced the receiver. There was a silence. What did you find? Sherlock said. Mycroft turned and looked at him, and his expression was doing something that it very rarely did, something uncertain, which on Mycroft's face was almost alarming. He picked up a small notebook from the table beside him and opened it. The house at 4 Privet Drive is registered to Vernon and Petunia Dursley, née Evans, he said. They have one son, Dudley Vernon Dursley. Petunia Dursley has one sister, or had one sister. Lily Evans, later Lily Potter. Lily Potter died on the 31st of October, 1981. Her husband, James Potter, also died that night. Cause of death, official record, listed as a house fire. He looked up. There is no record of a fire at the Potter address on that date in any emergency services log I can access. Sherlock said nothing. There is, however, Mycroft continued, with the slightly strained quality of someone reading aloud something they find genuinely difficult to classify, a social services file opened for Harry James Potter in November 1981, recording his placement with the Dursley family. The file is extraordinarily thin. 2 pages. The placement was approved by a single signature, not a social worker, not a judge, not any identifiable official. The signature is illegible and the authorizing body is listed as, he looked at the notebook again. The authorizing body is listed as the Magical World Children's Protection Trust, which does not appear in any company's house records, any charity register, any government database, or any directory I have access to. The room was very quiet. The placement, Mycroft said, was not made by any agency with legal authority to make it. Harry Potter was placed with the Dursleys by a private individual or organization operating outside any framework of UK law that I can identify. Sherlock exhaled slowly through his nose. He said she called someone the headmaster. Yes. Mycroft closed the notebook. I made a call to a contact in the records division. I asked about any organizations operating under classifications that might explain the gap. The kind of gap you get when, he stopped. He pressed his fingers together. You know how sometimes there are entries in databases that should have more information, and the information isn't there, and the absence has a shape that tells you someone removed it deliberately. Yes. There are a significant number of those absences, Mycroft said, clustering around approximately a dozen locations in Britain, around a community of indeterminate size, and around a series of events in 1981 that are referred to in the fragments I could find only as the end of the war. Which is not a phrase that appears in any publicly available historical record about 1981. He paused. There are also several cross-references to something called, and I want to be precise, the Wizarding World. Sherlock was very still. I think, Mycroft said, with enormous restraint, that there is something rather significant happening here that neither of us has the full picture of yet. No, Sherlock agreed. But we will. He stood up and went to the table where his sketch-pad lay, covered in his cramped, urgent handwriting. He picked up the pencil. I need more paper. Aunt Helena has a whole box of printer paper in the study. Good. He was already walking. He stopped in the doorway. Mycroft. The man who signed that placement form. We need his name. The signature is illegible. Then we find another way to get his name. Sherlock looked at his brother. Someone placed a 1-year-old baby with a family using a fictional organization's authority and no legal basis, and that family has had that child sleeping in a cupboard for 6 years, and someone who calls himself a headmaster made an agreement with that family about when it ends. I want his name. Mycroft looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said, very quietly. So do I. Sherlock went to find the printer paper. Outside, on Privet Drive, the afternoon went about its business, entirely unaware that in a cupboard under a staircase, a boy with round glasses was reading Treasure Island for the first time and occasionally pausing to think about a strange boy who had sat on the grass outside his window and said you deserve to know the truth about yourself, as though it were obvious, as though it were simply the next logical step, as though the truth were a thing that existed and could be found and given to you, if only someone decided to look. He would find out, in the months to come, that this was more or less exactly how Sherlock Holmes operated. But for now he just read, and the light through the gap was better in the afternoon, and for the first time in a long time, he was not thinking about what he had done wrong. He was thinking about what might come next. Sherlock, meanwhile, was sitting cross-legged outside the cupboard door, his printer paper spread across the hallway floor, his pencil moving constantly, the full weight of his attention assembled and directed at a problem that was, he was beginning to understand, very much larger than a bolt on a window. He was 7 years old, and he was already certain of two things: that Harry Potter had been placed in that house illegally, by someone with the power to forge records and delete databases, and that whoever that someone was, they had never in their life encountered anyone who thought the way Sherlock Holmes thought. That, he decided, was going to be their problem. He kept writing. Chapter 2, The Inventory. The next morning, Sherlock was up before 6. Aunt Helena found him at the kitchen table with the box of printer paper spread across every available surface, 3 different pencils arranged in order of sharpness, and the electoral register open to the Surrey section. He had also, at some point during the night, produced a hand-drawn map of Privet Drive that was accurate enough to be mildly alarming, with number 4 annotated in such detail that it looked like an architect's working notes crossed with a police report. She put the kettle on and didn't say anything, which was one of the things Sherlock liked best about her. "Sleep?" she asked, when the tea was poured. "Some," he said, which meant no. She sat down across from him with her mug and looked at the map. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "What are you going to do with all of this?" "Build the case. Then present it." "To whom?" "Whoever has the authority to act on it." He picked up a pencil and added something to the margin of the map. "That's Mycroft's job. He's better at institutions than I am. I find institutions boring. But Mycroft genuinely enjoys them, which is both useful and deeply troubling." Aunt Helena almost smiled. "And the boy?" Sherlock's pencil paused for one beat. "Harry." "Yes. Harry. What happens to him while you're building a case?" This was the question that had kept Sherlock awake, not the building of the case. The case was straightforward, mechanically, but the time it took. Cases took time. Institutions took time. While time was happening, Harry Potter would be in the cupboard. The thought had a quality to it that Sherlock didn't enjoy, a sort of friction in his thinking that slowed him down and made him want to move faster than was strategic. "I go back today," he said. "I make sure he knows what's happening. And I find out more. More. There are gaps." He tapped the map. "Large ones. The kind of gaps that have a shape. I know something placed him there. I don't know what. Yet." Aunt Helena looked at him over her mug. "You know," she said, "most 7-year-olds are playing with Lego." "Lego is fine," Sherlock said. "I've built some very good structures. But this is more interesting." She laughed, which was again the correct response, and got up to make toast. He was back on Privet Drive at 8:30, and he did not go to the side window this time. He had thought about this on the walk over. The side window was Harry's only reliable contact point, but it required Sherlock to be on the ground in the side passage, visible to anyone who happened to look from the back of number 6 or from the upstairs windows of number 4 itself. That was acceptable for short conversations but not for extended work sessions. He needed a better arrangement. He also needed to know more about the family's schedule. He walked past number 4 at a normal pace, hands in pockets, looking at nothing in particular with the intensity of someone looking at everything. Uncle Vernon's car was gone, so he worked Saturdays, or had an errand. Aunt Petunia's smaller car, a beige Metro that had not been cleaned in 3 weeks, was still in the drive. The kitchen light was on at the back of the house. He could hear, very faintly, the sound of a television from the front room. Dudley was watching television. Petunia was in the kitchen. He walked around the block, noting the back gardens, noting the footpath that ran behind the properties on the Privet Drive side. The footpath was accessible from a gate at the end of the road, largely unused. The gate latch was stiff with disuse and the path itself had weeds growing through the gravel. He could see the back of number 4 from the path, a neat garden with a patio and a lawn and, on the side of the house, the small window. He went back to the front of the street, walked up the path of number 4, and knocked on the front door. Petunia Dursley opened it 30 seconds later. She was a tall, thin woman with a long neck and the particular expression of someone who had spent years perfecting the art of disapproving of things. She looked down at Sherlock with the specific wariness that Surrey adults directed at unfamiliar children, which was somewhere between mild distrust and the expectation of being sold something. "Yes," she said. "Good morning," Sherlock said. "My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm staying with my aunt on Magnolia Crescent. I wondered if Harry could come out to play." He watched her face very carefully. There were 2 things that happened simultaneously. The first was the standard adult calculation, assessing him, deciding whether he was acceptable, composing a polite excuse. The second was something underneath that, a flash of something she suppressed immediately, a tightening around the eyes and the shoulders that was not irritation, not surprise, but something more visceral. Something like alarm. She said, "Harry doesn't play with children from the street." "Why not?" The question landed slightly wrong. Adults didn't expect children to ask why with that tone, flat and genuinely curious rather than wheedling. Petunia's composure adjusted itself. "He's busy today. You should go back to your aunt." "What's he busy with?" "That's not your concern." She began to close the door. "Mrs. Dursley," Sherlock said, and she stopped, because there was something in his voice that was not a child's voice, not quite. "I just want to play chess. I live on my own at my aunt's and I get bored. I won't be any trouble." She looked at him for another long moment. He met her eyes steadily, which most adults found uncomfortable from a child his age, and he watched her make the calculation, this strange little boy, clearly well-spoken, clearly from a respectable family, asking for her nephew to come out, harmless enough, easier to say yes than to explain no. And something else. Something he filed away carefully, the way she looked at him, after that initial flash of alarm, was not quite like a woman looking at a stranger child. It was like a woman looking at a reminder of something she didn't want to be reminded of. "You can come to the back garden," she said, with the air of someone conceding territory they'd expected to defend more easily. "Half an hour." She let him in through the front hallway, and Sherlock walked through the house with his peripheral vision cataloging everything at speed, the family photographs on the wall, all featuring Vernon and Petunia and a large blonde child, none featuring Harry, the door under the stairs, closed, with its bolt on the outside, the immaculate sitting room where Dudley sat in front of the television surrounded by a perimeter of broken toys, the kitchen that smelled of bacon grease and disinfectant. Petunia opened the back door and called, not upstairs, not to any room, but toward the door under the stairs, "Boy. Go to the garden." There was a sound of a bolt. The door opened. Harry came out. He was wearing clothes that were enormous on him, trousers belted tight around a waist they were designed for someone 3 times his width, a shirt that hung to his thighs. He came into the kitchen with his head slightly down and then stopped when he saw Sherlock standing by the back door. His face did several things very quickly, all of which Sherlock noted. "I found a friend on my walk," Sherlock said, to no one in particular. He wanted to play chess. Harry looked at him for 1 second. Then he said, "I don't actually know how to play chess." "That's fine. I'll teach you. Let's go outside." They went out into the back garden, and Petunia watched them from the kitchen window with an expression that Sherlock catalogued and filed under, unresolved, return to. There was no chessboard. Obviously. Sherlock had made the chess up, and Harry knew he'd made it up, and they both knew the other knew, and so they sat on the grass near the back fence where the kitchen window had a limited angle, and Sherlock opened his sketchpad and said, quietly, "I need to tell you some things." Harry sat cross-legged in the enormous shirt and listened. Sherlock told him about the placement record, the 2 pages, the illegible signature, the organization that didn't exist. He told him about his parents' death, that the official record said car accident but that no emergency services had attended. He told him about the entries missing from databases, the shape of the absences. He did not tell him, yet, about the word wizarding. He needed more before he gave Harry that. He knew how people reacted to things they weren't ready for. Harry listened without interrupting. He was very still, the stillness of someone who had learned to make themselves small in space, and his face was doing the internal arithmetic, processing, filing. When Sherlock finished, Harry said, "So someone put me here. Not a real organization. Just a person. Someone with enough access to create a file and enough influence that it was accepted without question," Sherlock said. "Yes. And my parents didn't die in a car crash. The record says car crash. But the record is incomplete and the signature is not legitimate." He paused. "I don't know how they died yet. I'm working on that." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "She's frightened of you." "Sorry. Aunt Petunia. When she saw you. She was frightened." He said it with the calm clarity of a child who has spent years reading people very carefully and has become excellent at it. "Not of you, exactly. Of something about you. Something you reminded her of." Sherlock stared at him. "How certain are you?" "Very." Harry met his eyes. "I know what her frightened looks like. I've seen it a lot. It was the same look she gets when the letters come." Sherlock looked at the kitchen window. Petunia was still there, still watching, her face a careful mask. "What does she get frightened of, normally?" Sherlock said. "When there's no letter." "Us," Harry said, simply. "Me. When I do the wrong things. She goes frightened and then rigid and then she deals with it." He said deals with it with the practiced neutrality of long-established habit. "The things that happen around you," Sherlock said. "Has anything happened recently?" Harry glanced at the window, then back at Sherlock. "Yesterday. After you came. Tell me." "I was reading your book, Treasure Island, and I got to the bit where they find the map, and I suppose I was excited, and all the books on the shelf just," he made a small gesture with his hands. "They rearranged themselves. By size. Biggest to smallest. I didn't touch them." Sherlock sat very still. "And the bolt on the window," Harry said, with the careful tone of someone telling the truth and braced for the consequences of it, "I've pushed at it sometimes. From the inside. And once, twice, the bolt has come undone on its own. Without me touching it. But I always put it back, because if they notice it moved he stopped. I put it back." Sherlock looked at the garden fence. He looked at his sketchpad. He thought about Mycroft's voice saying the wizarding world with the restraint of someone who had found a word in a database and didn't know what it meant, and he thought about books that rearranged themselves by size, and bolts that opened without hands, and a teacher whose wig had turned blue, and a boy who had appeared on a school roof while being chased. "Harry," he said, "I want you to do something. And I want you to trust me that I'm not going to react badly, because I don't react badly, I react with interest, which I understand can look similar but is categorically different." Harry watched him. "Can you make something happen? On purpose? If you concentrate?" "I can't usually control it. But you said the bolt comes undone when you push at it. That's directional. That's will. I want to see if it's repeatable." Harry looked at the kitchen window. Petunia had moved away, the window was clear. He looked back at Sherlock. Then he looked at a stone on the patio, small and smooth, one of a collection that edged the flower bed. His brow furrowed slightly. The stone slid 6 inches to the left. It didn't roll. It slid, as though picked up and placed by a hand that wasn't there. Clean, deliberate, noiseless. Sherlock watched it. He looked at the stone for a moment. Then he looked at Harry. Harry was looking back at him with the expression of someone waiting to be told they were wrong. Sherlock picked up his pencil and wrote, in his sketchpad, 3 letters, IRL. Inexplicable by reference to legislation. It was a filing notation he'd invented for data that didn't fit existing categories. He used it rarely. He was using it now. Interesting, he said. Harry blinked. That's it? What would you prefer? Screaming. People usually, Harry stopped. People don't usually see it. Or they pretend they didn't. I see it. I'm not pretending I didn't. And I've been thinking since yesterday about certain things my brother found in records, certain absences, certain words in databases, and I want to tell you that I think the strange things that happen around you are not wrong. I think they are extraordinary. I think whoever told you they were wrong told you that because it suited them for you to believe it. He said this simply, not attempting to soften it, because Harry had, it was clear, no use for softening. I don't know exactly what they are yet. But I'm going to find out. And when I do, I'm going to add it to the case file. Harry stared at him. The large green eyes were very bright. Okay, he said. His voice came out slightly rougher than usual. He cleared his throat. Okay. What do you need from me? Everything you can remember. Everything that's happened, every incident, every letter that came, everything Petunia has said about your parents, everything the man in the purple cloak did, any name she mentioned on those phone calls. Everything. From the beginning. Harry nodded. He tucked his knees up to his chest, pulled the enormous shirt around him, and started talking. Sherlock wrote without stopping for 45 minutes. Petunia came to the back door at 9:20 and said their time was up, with the tone of someone who had decided that she had made a mistake in allowing this at all and was now correcting it. Sherlock put the cap on his pencil, closed the sketchpad, stood up, and said, "Thank you, Mrs. Dursley. Could I come back tomorrow?" Petunia looked at him. The frightened but suppressed look was there again, more pronounced now. He had been here for 45 minutes talking to Harry, and she didn't know what they'd talked about, and not knowing things frightened her more than knowing them. He watched her calculate, better to have him where she could see him than to ban him and not know what he was doing. For an hour, she said. In the garden. Wonderful, Sherlock said. He collected his sketchpad and walked through the house, and in the hallway he paused in front of the cupboard door with its bolt, and he looked at it for exactly 2 seconds, and then he walked out. Harry's eyes followed him from the back garden. Mycroft had spent the morning on the telephone and was in an extremely interesting mood when Sherlock returned, which was to say he was very controlled and very still, which in Mycroft was the equivalent of someone else frantically pacing. He was sitting in the sitting room with his notebook open and a cup of tea that had gone cold. He looked up when Sherlock came in, and Sherlock, reading his brother's face in the practiced way of long exposure, said, "What did you find?" Mycroft turned the notebook so Sherlock could read it. The page had a list. At the top, underlined, were 2 words, Albus Dumbledore. Below that, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Age, 106. Address, Hogwarts Castle, Scottish Highlands. Awards and honors, too numerous to list, cross-reference to records in non-standard archive. Then, further down, in Mycroft's careful hand, correspondence trace, letters sent to 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, from November 1981 to present, irregular intervals. Return address, unknown. Paper analysis of 1 recovered fragment, found in Dursley recycling bin, Helena's neighbor's collection route passes the street hand-pressed parchment, non-commercial, aged appearance inconsistent with any modern manufacturer in the UK. And at the bottom, starred and underlined, Ministry of Magic, British government body, non-standard, appears to operate outside standard governmental framework. Population estimate, unclear. Location, London, embedded in Whitehall area, concealed entrance. Sherlock read the entire page. Then he read it again. 106, he said. That was my reaction too, Mycroft said. And there's a government. A parallel one, apparently. With its own ministry. Its own laws. Its own infrastructure. Mycroft's voice was precisely calibrated, giving nothing away about what he was actually feeling, which Sherlock interpreted as meaning he was feeling quite a lot. I've been doing some thinking about the implications of that, Sherlock, and they are significant, Sherlock said. A government operating inside Britain with no parliamentary oversight, no accountability to the Crown, no representation in any public democratic body. A government that has, among other things, placed a British citizen, a child, an orphan, in an unregistered, illegal arrangement, outside family courts, outside social services, with no review process. He sat down. This Dumbledore. He signed the placement order. Almost certainly. And Harry's parents. Lily and James Potter were, according to a fragment I found in what appears to be a society notice from something called the Daily Prophet, which is a publication I can find no newsagent record of, described as having died, at the hands of he who must not be named on the 31st of October 1981. Which is not a car crash. Which is not even, that's not standard language for any cause of death. Mycroft paused. There was something called a war. It ended in 1981. The Potters died in it. And then Dumbledore put their son in a cupboard. The room was quiet. For reasons, Sherlock said. For reasons he has not explained to anyone with the authority to demand an explanation from him, because he exists in a framework where no such authority exists. Mycroft's voice was still controlled, but something underneath it had gone cold and very sharp. He has done whatever he liked, because the world he operates in does not require him to answer to anyone. Until now, Sherlock said. Mycroft looked at him. You're 7. We've established that. It hasn't stopped us yet. A beat. Mycroft picked up his cold tea, looked at it, put it down. I've made contact with someone in the Cabinet Office, he said. Informal. Very informal. Someone who owes Father a favor. I've indicated that I have information about a non-standard governmental body operating without Crown oversight and potentially in violation of multiple statutes including the Children Act and several national security frameworks. He paused. They want to see documentation. Good, Sherlock said. We'll give them documentation. We'll need more than what we have. We need something concrete about the magical, about this other world. Something physical. Something they can't dismiss. I'm working on that. Sherlock stood up and went to his stack of papers on the floor. The boy, Harry, performs what appears to be telekinesis. Books rearranging, stones moving. I observed it directly this morning. It was not a trick. He said this with the particular firmness he used when he anticipated being disbelieved. I have noted it in the case file as IRL. We can't present it directly, there's no way to convey witness telekinesis to a parliamentary committee without losing their confidence immediately. We need a different physical evidence point. The letters, Mycroft said. If we can get a full letter, intact, and have the paper analyzed formally. There's no matching manufacturer. That establishes a supply chain that doesn't exist in standard commerce. And the Ministry of Magic. You said it's in London. Embedded in Whitehall. Concealed in trance. Mycroft's voice did something careful. Sherlock. We're talking about walking into a hidden government building that doesn't officially exist. Sherlock looked at him. Your point, he said. Vernon Dursley came home at 12:30, earlier than Sherlock had estimated, which told him something had changed in the man's routine. He was coming around from the back footpath when he heard the front door of number 4 open and close, and he adjusted his route. He had been planning to go back to Aunt Helena's. He changed his plan. He went to the side passage, checked that the path was clear, and knocked 3 times on the small window. Harry appeared in seconds, which meant he'd been near the window. "He came home early," Harry said. "That's bad, normally. It means something went wrong at work." "Does he?" Sherlock chose his words with care, looking at Harry's face. "Does he hurt you?" Harry was very still for a moment. "Sometimes," he said. "Not usually when people are around. He's careful like that." Sherlock wrote it down. He wrote it down very deliberately, so Harry could see him write it down, a small signal that this was not going to be accepted and stored and forgotten, that it was going to mean something. Harry watched the pencil move with an expression that was hard to classify but that Sherlock thought might be relief, if relief was a thing that happened quietly and carefully, like water finding a way through stone. "I need a full letter," Sherlock said. "The kind that comes for you. Sealed, intact, parchment. Can you? I've never been allowed near them." "I know. I'm not asking you to take one. I want you to tell me when you see Petunia receive one. Everything, the time of day, how it arrives, what she does with it." He paused. "I know it's difficult. I know you have to be careful." "I'm always careful," Harry said, with the small, dry precision that Sherlock was beginning to recognize as Harry's version of humor, deployed quietly, in narrow spaces, like the books held at exactly the right angle for the light. "I know," Sherlock said. "You're very good at it." Harry looked at him. "Are you going to be able to?" He stopped. "I'm not asking you to promise. I know you can't promise. But do you think?" "Yes," Sherlock said. He said it without hesitation, not because he was being reckless, but because he had assessed the situation and its variables and he genuinely believed it. "I think we're going to be able to get you out of here. I think it's going to take some time and some work and it's not going to be this week. But yes." Harry nodded once, small and tight, the nod of someone who does not yet fully trust the thing they are hoping for. "Okay," he said. "I'll watch for letters." The confrontation happened at 3 in the afternoon, and Sherlock had, in his construction of the day's plan, given it roughly a 40% probability of occurring, which meant he had prepared for it without being certain of it. He had come back to the front of Privet Drive, not to number 4, simply to the street, walking past, and Vernon Dursley was in his front garden pretending to examine a plant while actually monitoring the street, which was the behavior of a man who had been told something or seen something that had made him suspicious. Probably Petunia had mentioned the strange boy. Probably she had described his visit with enough detail that Vernon had decided this required personal assessment. Vernon was a large man. Not tall, exactly, but large in the way of someone who had once been physically substantial and had allowed that substance to redistribute itself over the decades. He had a thick neck and a mustache that he wore with the authority of someone who felt it conferred authority, and small, sharp eyes that were more observant than his overall manner suggested. He saw Sherlock on the pavement and said, "Oi. You're the one who came round this morning." "Yes," Sherlock said. "Good afternoon." Vernon came to the garden gate. He looked Sherlock up and down with the evaluative scrutiny of a man who had decided he had the right to evaluate children who came to his street. "My wife said you wanted to see our nephew." "Harry, yes. We played in your garden." "Harry doesn't usually have friends." Vernon said it with the particular emphasis of someone who means it as a statement of intended fact rather than observed reality. "No," Sherlock said. "I imagine not." He met Vernon's small sharp eyes steadily. "You're home early from work. Something went wrong this morning." Vernon's expression shifted. "What?" "Your shirt is done up incorrectly, second button in the wrong hole, which means you dressed in a hurry, which means you weren't planning to come home and then had to." You also have concrete powder on your left shoe but not your right, which is unusual given the symmetry of walking, which means you stepped in it on your left side only, so you were standing beside something, not walking through it, and the powder is fresh. The site you visited this morning had a problem with a concrete pour, and it was serious enough to send you home. He paused. You're a site manager. Grunning's drills. Regional division. Vernon stared at him. The thing Sherlock had noticed, over 7 years of deploying this particular ability on adults, was that people reacted in one of 3 ways: they were fascinated, they were unsettled, or they became aggressive. Vernon's face was moving through all 3, landing on aggressive, which was the predictable response from someone who felt that their authority had been challenged and could not identify how. How do you know that? Vernon said. I observe things. It's straightforward. Sherlock put his hands in his pockets. You have a very nice house. The compliment landed oddly, which was intentional. Vernon looked at him for another moment, trying to re-establish the footing of the conversation. What do you want with Harry? He said. To play chess. I told your wife. I get bored at my aunt's. Harry doesn't play chess. I know. I'm teaching him. Vernon put both hands on the gate and leaned forward slightly, the way large men do when they want to use their size as a conversational tool. Let me tell you something, he said. Our Harry is not, he's not a normal boy. You should find someone else to play with. What do you mean, not normal? Vernon's mouth tightened. He causes trouble. He's not good company. He seems perfectly good company to me, Sherlock said. He's intelligent and he's curious and he reads a great deal. Those are usually qualities people value in company. He's strange, Vernon said, and the word had a weight to it, a specific loaded quality, the word of a man who meant that specific kind of strange, the kind that comes with wax seals on parchment letters and bolts on windows. Sherlock looked at him for a long moment. He said, quietly, Mr. Dursley. Where does Harry sleep? The change in Vernon's face was immediate and revealing. Not confusion, no innocent person, asked a random question about their ward's sleeping arrangements, would look immediately alarmed. Vernon looked immediately alarmed. It lasted less than a second before he controlled it, but Sherlock had the expression catalogued and filed before it disappeared. In his room, Vernon said. His room being where, exactly? Upstairs. Like any other child. Vernon was gripping the gate now, knuckles slightly pale. I don't know what you think he was brought out of the door under the stairs this morning, Sherlock said. By your wife. Who addressed the door directly, not the staircase. The bolt on that door is on the outside. Heavy duty. Newer paint than the doorframe. He tilted his head. I notice things. I mentioned that. Vernon's face had gone a peculiar dark red. Sherlock kept his voice entirely even. He was not afraid of Vernon Dursley. He had assessed Vernon Dursley and found him to be a man who maintained control through the threat of his physical size and the assumption of social authority, both of which became irrelevant in the face of someone who did not recognize them. I'm visiting my aunt for 2 weeks, Sherlock said. I'd like to continue visiting Harry during that time. I'd also like to continue observing things, because that's what I do. I thought you should know that. A pause. Vernon looked at him, this 7-year-old boy with his hands in his pockets and his steady, unblinking attention, and something moved behind his small sharp eyes. Not fear, exactly. Something more like the recognition of an unexpected obstacle. An hour, Vernon said. In the garden. Supervised. Thank you, Sherlock said, and walked away. He heard the gate close behind him with more force than was structurally necessary, and he filed Vernon Dursley under, aware, potentially dangerous, will attempt to manage the situation. Which meant Sherlock needed to move faster than Vernon Dursley's management. He turned toward Magnolia Crescent and walked quickly, thinking hard. That evening, after dinner, Mycroft came to Sherlock's room and closed the door, and he had the notebook in his hand. I made another call, Mycroft said. To the cabinet office contact. No. To someone else. Someone, Mycroft paused, and the pause was uncharacteristic, the pause of someone who was choosing words carefully because the situation genuinely required it. Do you know what GCHQ is? Sherlock looked up. Government Communications Headquarters. Signals Intelligence. Cheltenham. Father has a former colleague who does consultancy there. I reached out through a mutual contact. I mentioned that I had identified signals, documentary signals, correspondence patterns, database anomalies, consistent with a non-standard organization of significant size operating within British territory. I did not mention magic. He sat on the edge of the bed. They are interested. Very interested. They've been aware of anomalies. For a long time. Things that didn't add up. Memory irregularities reported by certain individuals in certain London postcodes. Financial transactions that appear and disappear. Buildings that can't be found despite accurate addresses. He looked at his notebook. They didn't know what it was. They suspected something. They lacked a coherent picture. We can give them a coherent picture, Sherlock said. Not yet. We need the letter. And I think, Mycroft weighed his next words. I think we need to actually get inside their world. Not just analyze it from the outside. We need primary source material. Sherlock had been thinking exactly this since the conversation with Harry about the stones sliding across the patio. You could build a very compelling case from documentary evidence, database anomalies, and parchment paper analysis. But the case would still have a center that was invisible, the actual existence of magic, the actual nature of this hidden society, and that center needed to be made concrete. The leaky cauldron, Sherlock said. Mycroft raised an eyebrow. There's a pub, Sherlock said. In London. Mentioned in 3 separate places in the fragments you found, a transit point, a meeting place, an access point to something called Diagon Alley. It appears to be the main point of contact between the magical and non-magical world in London. He pulled a page from his notes. It's on the Charing Cross Road. Between number 100 and number 101. A building that appears to Muggle, to non-magical people, as invisible or unnoticeable. Mycroft stared at him. How do you know that word? Muggle? It's in the database fragments. Non-magical persons. Muggle. Sherlock set the page down. I want to go to London. Sherlock, this week. You are 7. You keep saying that as though it changes something. I am 7 and I have found and documented more in 4 days than most adult investigators would find in a month. He looked at his brother directly. We need to be inside their world to get the evidence we need. I want to go to London. You're taking me. Mycroft looked at the ceiling for a moment. Then he looked at Sherlock. Then he looked at the pile of notes covering the floor. 30-odd pages, all densely written, building a picture of something that shouldn't exist and provably did. I need 2 more days, Mycroft said. I need to make some arrangements. And I need to establish that GCHQ contact more firmly before we move. He paused. And you need to get that letter from Harry. He's watching for one. Good. Mycroft stood. And Sherlock. When we go to London, I'll behave. That's not what I was going to say. Then what? Mycroft looked at him with the expression he reserved for the moments when he forgot to be performatively detached, the expression that looked, briefly, like the 17-year-old he actually was. I was going to say, be careful. Whatever this is. It's very large. And large things can move quickly when they feel threatened. Sherlock considered this. He thought about Dumbledore, a man 106 years old, the headmaster of a school called Hogwarts, who had signed a placement order with a fictional organization's letterhead and put a 1-year-old in a cupboard for reasons that he had not explained to anyone. A man who had never, in 106 years, encountered anyone who asked him to explain himself. "I know," Sherlock said. "That's why we need to move first." Mycroft nodded once. He went to the door, and then stopped. Without turning around, he said, "The boy. Harry. Is he all right?" Sherlock thought about Harry in the enormous shirt, holding a book at exactly the right angle for 1 inch of light, telling him that sometimes the bolt opened on its own but he always put it back. He thought about Harry's face when he said "I'll be here," with the dry, quiet irony of someone who had learned to find the joke in his own captivity because the alternative was worse. "No," Sherlock said, honestly. "But he will be." Mycroft stood in the doorway for a moment. Then he went to the sitting room, picked up the telephone, and started making calls. Aunt Helena appeared in the hallway, coffee in hand, and looked at Sherlock's door, and then at Mycroft on the phone, and shook her head very slowly in the way of someone who has suspected for years that these two children were going to either save something or break something, and is now fairly confident which. In his room, Sherlock spread his papers across the floor and began building the inventory in earnest, every fact, every gap, every observation, assembled into a structure that was tight and logical and completely irrefutable. He wrote until midnight, and then he lay down on top of the papers in his clothes and slept for 4 hours with his pencil still in his hand. He dreamed of a stone sliding across patio stone. Clean, deliberate, noiseless. He woke up knowing what the case file's first argument needed to be. He picked up the pencil and wrote. Chapter 3, The Leaky Cauldron. The letter came on a Tuesday. Harry knocked 3 times on the side window at 7 in the morning, their signal reversed, Harry initiating, and Sherlock was there in 11 minutes, slightly out of breath from the run, which he would not have admitted to anyone. Harry's face at the ventilation gap was electric with suppressed urgency. "This morning," he said, without preamble. "Before breakfast. An owl." Sherlock had his pencil out. An owl. It came through the kitchen window. A real owl, a big one, tawny, and it had a letter tied to its leg. Aunt Petunia went completely white. She took the letter off and the owl just, flew back out the window. And she burned it. The letter. Straight in the kitchen sink with a match. He paused. But, Sherlock said. The envelope fell on the floor first. When she pulled the letter out she dropped the envelope. And she didn't notice because she was already burning the letter and she was shaking a bit. Harry's hand appeared through the ventilation gap. In it was a cream-colored envelope, heavy and rectangular, with a wax seal on the back that had been broken but was still largely intact. I picked it up. Before she saw. Sherlock took it. The envelope was remarkable from the first touch. The paper was nothing like any commercial stationery he'd handled, thick and slightly rough, with a texture that suggested it had been made by hand, pressed rather than milled. It was warm, faintly, in a way that paper had no business being warm. The wax seal on the back was dark red, and the crest pressed into it was elaborate, a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger arranged around a large letter H, with a motto beneath it in Latin. He turned the envelope over. The front was addressed in green ink, in a flowing hand that was clearly not a machine, Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He read the address 3 times. The cupboard under the stairs. Whoever had written this knew exactly where Harry slept. Had known, perhaps for years, and had done nothing, and had written it on the envelope as though it were a perfectly acceptable address, as though it were simply a description of a location rather than a documentation of a child's degradation. He felt something move in his chest, not sentiment, he filed that away immediately, but a cold, clean anger that was, in its way, more useful than sentiment. The address, Harry said. He had seen Sherlock read it. His voice was flat. Yes, Sherlock said. They know. Whoever sends these. They know where I sleep. Yes. Sherlock looked at him. That's important. That goes in the case file. Harry was quiet for a moment. Will you, can I see it again? Later? I'll make you a copy of everything on it. Exact. He carefully slid the envelope into the back of his sketchpad. Harry. Is the owl gone? Long gone. Does it come back? For a response. I don't know. She never responds. She just burns them. He paused. There have been loads, haven't there? Over the years. Based on what Mycroft found, yes. Regular intervals since November 1981. He didn't say, since someone put you there. Harry had already done that arithmetic. I need to go. I'll be back at the usual time. He was already standing, already turning toward the path. Sherlock, Harry said. He turned back. Harry looked at him through the ventilation gap. The motto. On the seal. Do you know what it says? Sherlock had read it in 3 seconds when he'd looked at the envelope. Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus, he said. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. He paused. It's sound advice, actually. Harry almost smiled. It's a school, isn't it? The place that sends these. Almost certainly. My school. Sherlock met his eyes. Almost certainly, he said again, and this time the words meant something different. He walked back to Magnolia Crescent at speed, the envelope in his sketchpad, his mind already 3 steps ahead. Mycroft held the envelope for a long time without speaking. He turned it over. He read the address. He examined the wax seal. He held it up to the light from the sitting room window and looked through it. The paper was thick enough to be nearly opaque, but the suggestion of the letterhead inside was visible as a shadow, ornate and official. The cupboard under the stairs, he said. It's on every letter, Sherlock said. They all know. Whoever runs this school, whoever manages the correspondence, whoever checks whether the letters are being received, they all know exactly where Harry Potter lives and in what capacity. He sat down. Which means Dumbledore knows. Has known for 6 years. Has known and has continued to send letters addressed to that room as though it were a legitimate address. Mycroft set the envelope down very carefully on the table. I'm going to have this paper analyzed, he said. I have a contact at the Natural History Museum, Materials Science, specifically historical document analysis. I need confirmation that this paper has no identifiable manufacturer in any commercial record. It won't, Sherlock said. I know. But I need the confirmation on paper, signed and dated, by someone with institutional credibility. Mycroft looked at him. I'm also going to photograph the seal. The crest. I've already sketched it. Exactly. Sherlock produced a page from his sketchpad, a precise reproduction of the Hogwarts crest, every detail of the 4 animals and the letter and the motto, drawn with the methodical accuracy he applied to anything worth recording. Mycroft looked at it. He looked at it for a long time. Then he said, I've arranged London for Thursday. 2 days. I need the analysis back first. And I'm making contact with someone at the Home Office, not GCHQ this time, the Home Office directly. Someone who handles, they call them sensitive jurisdictional matters. Things that fall outside standard legal frameworks. He picked up his notebook. I've also found something else. About Dumbledore specifically. Sherlock straightened. He has a second role, Mycroft said. Chief Warlock of something called the Wisengamot. It's their governing legal body, think Parliament and High Court combined into one institution. So he runs the school, he controls the courts, and based on everything we've found, he was also the primary strategic figure in their recent war. Mycroft looked up. He has, by any measure, more consolidated authority in his world than any single individual has had in British governance since Cromwell. And he answers to no one outside it. Sherlock looked at the sketch of the crest on the table between them. He's going to be formidable, he said. Not nervously. Analytically. Extraordinarily so. Good, Sherlock said. I find formidable more interesting than easy. Mycroft looked at him for a moment with the expression he used when Sherlock said something that alarmed him but that he also privately agreed with. Thursday, he said. We go to London. And Sherlock, I know. No, listen. Specifically, we do not walk into anything we can't walk out of. We observe first. We do not announce ourselves to anyone magical until we understand the terrain. Agreed, Sherlock said. Mostly. Mostly. If an opportunity presents itself, I reserve the right to revise the plan. Mycroft closed his eyes for precisely 2 seconds in the manner of someone requesting patience from a universe that wasn't supplying it. Fine, he said. But we walk out together. That's non-negotiable. Agreed. Sherlock picked up the sketch of the crest and looked at it. One more thing. We need to make sure Harry knows what's happening before we go. I'm not leaving him in that house without knowing the timeline. Mycroft looked at him. Something in his face did something careful. You've become quite invested in this. I'm invested in the case. Right, Mycroft said, with the tone of someone who understood the distinction perfectly and believed it completely and was also not deceived for even a fraction of a second. He told Harry the next morning, Wednesday, through the side window in the early light, the garden damp and the street still quiet. London, Harry said. You're going to their world. The entry point to it. A pub called the Leaky Cauldron on the Charing Cross Road. Sherlock kept his voice even and factual, the way he'd found Harry responded best, not cushioning the information, not dramatizing it, just giving it to him straight. We go tomorrow. We observe. We collect what we need. And then we build the final case file. And then Mycroft presents it. Harry was quiet for a moment, his green eyes very steady. What if they try to, what if someone finds out? Someone from their side? Then we deal with it. Sherlock paused. I need you to do something while I'm gone. I need you to be careful. Don't give Vernon or Petunia any reason to change anything. Keep things exactly as they are. Harry's expression did something very small and very controlled. I'm always careful, he said. The same phrase, the same quiet irony, but this time underneath it there was something else, the particular loneliness of someone who has been careful for so long that it has become indistinguishable from simply existing. I know, Sherlock said. 2 days. I'll be back Friday morning. Harry nodded. He started to pull back from the window and then stopped. Sherlock. The school, Hogwarts, do you think it's real? Actually real? I think the stone you moved across the patio is real, Sherlock said. I think the books that rearrange themselves are real. I think the bolt that opens on its own is real. Whether the school is real is almost academic at this point. Harry looked at him. Not to me, he said quietly. Sherlock looked back at him. He thought about what it would mean, for Harry, specifically, for a school to exist that was designed for people exactly like him. People for whom strange things happened, not as a curse, not as an affliction, but as a capacity. A gift. No, he said. Not to you. I think it's real, Harry. I think it's very real. Harry held that for a moment. Then he said, bring me something back. From there. If you can. Something real. Like what? He thought about it. Anything. Just, something from somewhere that knows I exist. Sherlock looked at him for a long moment. All right, he said. I will. He walked back to Magnolia Crescent in the early morning light, and he did not analyze the tightness in his chest because it was not useful data. He simply walked, and planned, and by the time he got back to Aunt Helena's he had revised the London strategy 3 times and arrived at a version he was satisfied with. Thursday arrived with the brisk efficiency of days that have been planned for. Mycroft was up at 6, dressed as though he were attending a meeting rather than potentially breaking into a secret society's transit hub, which Sherlock supposed was his version of armor. They took the train to Waterloo. Their aunt had, with great diplomacy, asked no questions about the purpose of the trip, and from Waterloo they took the tube to Charing Cross. The Charing Cross road in the morning was a particular kind of London, the bookshop end of the city, slightly scruffy, comfortable with itself, the kind of street that had been the same for decades and was quietly pleased about it. Sherlock walked it slowly, which cost him something given his usual pace, reading the shop fronts. 94. 96. 98. The numbers were not consecutive in the way they should be. There was a gap, not an alley, not a cleared lot, just a gap in the visual field, a space between buildings that the eye slid past without registering. Most people would walk by it and not notice. Sherlock noticed. He stopped. Mycroft stopped beside him. They stood on the pavement and looked at the gap, and Sherlock understood something, not intellectually, he'd already understood it intellectually, but physically, in the body, a sudden apprehension of what it meant for something to be hidden not by walls or doors but by perception itself. The gap didn't want to be looked at. It pushed the eye sideways. "I can see it," Sherlock said. "Can you?" With effort, Mycroft said. "There's something, a building. Old facade. A door." The leaky cauldron was not what he'd imagined and was exactly what he should have expected. From the outside, visible once you made yourself see it, it was a ramshackle building squeezed between its neighbors like something that had grown there rather than been built, weathered brick and small windows with old glass that distorted the view inside. A hanging sign above the door, the lettering worn but legible, the Leaky Cauldron. A pub. Genuinely a pub, with all the sensory evidence thereof. "We go in," Sherlock said. "Separately. You go first, get a table, order something. I'll come in 2 minutes later. We don't look at each other until I sit down. You've been planning this since Tuesday." Mycroft straightened his jacket in the way he did when he was deploying composure as strategy. "Right," he said. 2 minutes. He pushed open the door and went in. Sherlock waited exactly 120 seconds, counting, and then followed. The inside of the Leaky Cauldron was dark, not unpleasant dark, the comfortable dark of a place that had never bothered much with windows, and smelled of wood smoke and something herbal and the general aged smell of a pub that has been serving drinks long enough to have the smell embedded in its walls. It was busier than Sherlock had expected for a Thursday morning. A dozen or so people at various tables, and behind the bar a small, bald, gummy-looking man who was polishing a glass with a rag in the automatic way of a man who has been polishing glasses for longer than most buildings have been standing. People were wearing robes. Not all of them, but several, long garments in various colors, some with pointed hats, some in more ordinary clothes that had the same quality as the Hogwarts envelope, that slight wrongness of things made outside the normal commercial supply chain. There were 2 women at a table near the window whose conversation stopped when Sherlock walked in, not because he was suspicious looking but because he was a child, alone, and children did not typically come into the Leaky Cauldron unaccompanied. He ignored them and went to the bar. The bald man, Tom, Sherlock assumed, based on Mycroft's research, looked at him with the mild bemusement of someone who has seen many strange things and has made peace with being surprised by nothing. "All right, son," Tom said. "Tea, please," Sherlock said. "And a seat." Tom looked at him for a moment. Then he looked around the bar, as though expecting to see a parent. Then back at Sherlock. "You lost?" "No," Sherlock said. "I know exactly where I am." Tom put a mug of tea on the bar, took his money, slightly too much, Sherlock knew, not having wizarding currency, but the tea was clearly not the point, and gave him a table near the far wall. Sherlock sat with his back to the wall, as always, so he could see the room. He had his sketchpad on the table and he opened it to a new page and simply looked at everything with the quality of attention that he'd learned to make unobtrusive. Not staring. Just present. Recording. The two women had resumed talking. One of them had a copy of what appeared to be a newspaper, the masthead said Daily Prophet, and the photograph on the front was moving, a photograph of a man in formal robes who was waving slightly at the reader, which was not something photographs did in the world Sherlock had grown up in. He watched it for 6 seconds, confirmed that it was definitely moving, and wrote animated photography, different mechanism than film, in his sketch pad. A wizard near the door was reading a letter and tapping it with a thin wooden stick, a wand, Sherlock deduced with very little difficulty, and the letter was rearranging itself into a different format, folding and unfolding. Near the bar, a mug of something was refilling itself from a jug that wasn't being held by anyone. He wrote quickly, eyes moving constantly. The clientele, mostly adult, mostly British, mixed class indicators, the same spread you'd find in any London pub. Not exotic or alien. Just people, in a place that operated by different rules. He watched the door, noting who came and went. Several people went through a door at the back of the pub, a wooden door that had been left ajar, and from beyond it came the brief impression of outdoor air and stone. Diagon Alley. Beyond that door, Mycroft was sitting at a table in the opposite corner, doing an excellent impression of someone who had come for a quiet drink and happened to be 17. He had a notebook open, disguised as a crossword, a genuine gift, and he was writing in it while periodically looking at the room in the idle way of someone watching it for entertainment. Their eyes met once, briefly. Mycroft's expression said, "I see what you see." Sherlock said, "I'm going to the bar." He went to the bar. Tom was back to polishing the glass, which it seemed to Sherlock must be the cleanest glass in Britain by this point. Sherlock put both elbows on the bar and looked at him directly. "You're the barman," he said. Tom looked at him. You know everyone who comes through here." "Most." "You knew Harry Potter's parents." He said it as a statement, not a question, watching Tom's face with precision. The name landed, he saw it, a shift around the eyes, something complicated and old. James and Lily Potter. They died in October 1981. They probably came through here. Everyone in this community seems to come through here. Tom put the glass down. He looked at Sherlock with a different quality of attention now, the attention of a man who has just realized that this was not, in fact, a lost child. "Who are you?" he said. "Sherlock Holmes. I'm Muggle. I'm not here to cause trouble." He held up the sketch pad, open to the sketch of the Hogwarts crest. "I'm here because a 7-year-old boy named Harry Potter is sleeping in a cupboard under some stairs in Surrey because Albus Dumbledore put him there, and I'm building the case that gets him out." He held Tom's gaze. "I'd like some help." The pub had gone very slightly quieter. Not all at once, nothing so dramatic, but the particular subtle quietening of a space when several people have independently stopped talking in order to listen. Tom stared at him for a very long moment. Then he said, quietly, "How do you know that name?" "Which one?" "Dumbledore. Records. Database analysis. Correspondence traces. The placement order that put Harry with the Dursleys has Dumbledore's fingerprints all over it." Sherlock kept his voice low, matching Tom's register. "I'm not here to expose this place. I don't have any interest in burning down what you've built. I am here because Harry Potter is 7 years old and he's never had a birthday present and he reads by 1 inch of light through a ventilation gap, and someone with enormous authority and apparently good intentions put him there and has left him there for 6 years. I want to know why." Tom had the expression of a man in the middle of several different impulses, the innkeeper's instinct to stay neutral, the older instinct of someone who had lived through a war and had strong feelings about its casualties, and something underneath both of those that looked, Sherlock thought, like guilt. "You shouldn't be here," Tom said. "If someone from the ministry—" "I know," Sherlock said. "So we should talk quickly." Tom looked at him for another long moment. Then he looked around the pub, and then he leaned across the bar and said, very quietly, "James and Lily they were good people. Real good people. They came through here often, when things were bad. Before it ended. He stopped. When it ended, and the word came that you-know-who was gone and they were dead, this whole place, he gestured at the bar, at the walls. People were dancing. On the tables. Celebrating. Their deaths. He said their deaths with a flatness that was not accusatory but very tired, the tiredness of someone who had observed something they found uncomfortable and has carried it since. People were so happy the dark wizard was gone that they forgot two people who weren't much older than children themselves had died to make it happen. Sherlock was writing. Dumbledore told people Harry survived. That Harry defeated the dark wizard somehow. At age 1. Yes. And then immediately placed Harry with Muggles. I heard as much, yes. At the time most people thought, they trusted him. He'd led the opposition for years. Everyone trusted him. Tom wiped the bar with the rag, a mechanical gesture. I always wondered, mind. About the boy. Who else would know the details of that night? October 31st, 1981. Who would know what actually happened, not the public version? Tom thought. Dumbledore himself. Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, he's the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, he's the one who retrieved the boy from the house. And he stopped, looking uncertain. Who? There was a man. Sirius Black. He was James Potter's best friend. He was supposed to be the boy's godfather. Tom's expression became complicated. He was arrested that night. Sent to Azkaban, our prison. He was accused of betraying the Potters. Sherlock's pencil stopped. He looked up. Accused, he said. Not convicted. Tom blinked. Well. It amounts to the same, it doesn't, actually, Sherlock said. Those are categorically different things. Was there a trial? Tom opened his mouth. Closed it. I don't know. I assume, don't assume. Find out. He wrote Sirius Black, trial records. In the sketchpad and underlined it twice. Anyone else? Anyone who was at the house that night? Peter Pettigrew. Another friend of James's. He's dead, Black killed him, they say, and a dozen muggles on the street. Also without trial? Tom was looking at him with a somewhat dazed expression, the expression of someone who has been answering questions and has only just noticed that the questions have a shape. You're just a child, he said. I know, Sherlock said. It's very inconvenient for everyone, including me. Tom. One more thing. He pulled the envelope from the back of the sketchpad and showed Tom the address. Not the whole envelope, just the address. The cupboard under the stairs. Tom read it. He read it twice. He sat down on his stool behind the bar with the look of a man who has been handed something heavy. They knew, he said. The school knew. The correspondence comes from Hogwarts. The school administration manages it. The address is accurate to Harry's actual sleeping arrangements. Sherlock put the envelope away. Dumbledore knows exactly where Harry Potter is and in what circumstances. He has always known. The pub was quiet. Several people were definitely listening now, making no particular effort to hide it. At a table near the window, one of the two women had put down her copy of The Prophet and was looking at Sherlock with an expression he couldn't immediately classify, alert, serious, something sharpening in her face. She was broad-shouldered, square-jawed, with close-cropped gray-streaked hair and the kind of eyes that assessed things efficiently. She was dressed in professional-looking robes. On the table in front of her, half hidden under her newspaper, was a badge of some kind that caught the light. Sherlock looked at the badge. He looked at her. He looked at the badge again. Law enforcement, he thought. Something about the posture, the alertness, the way she'd gone still while listening in the precise way of someone who knew how to listen without appearing to. He picked up his tea, walked across the pub, and sat down at her table. She looked at him. To her credit, she didn't look particularly surprised. "You're not Ministry," Sherlock said. "The Ministry would have approached me already if they'd sent someone. They'd consider me a breach of security. You haven't approached me, so you're either independent of Ministry directives or you're here unofficially." He looked at the badge. "Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I'd guess. Senior rank, given your age. But here in civilian clothing, which means this isn't a Ministry-sanctioned visit." She stared at him for a long moment. "Amelia Bones," she said. "Head of the DMLE. Then I suppose this is your pub as much as anyone's," Sherlock said. "I come here for breakfast," she said. "I was not expecting." She looked him over. "How old are you?" 7. He put the sketchpad on the table. "Do you want to see the case file?" Amelia Bones looked at the sketchpad, then at him, then past him at Mycroft still in the corner, who was watching the whole thing with his crossword face on. She looked back at Sherlock. "Start talking," she said. He talked for 30 minutes. Methodically. Starting with the door under the stairs and the bolt and the shoe sizes, moving through the placement record and the fictional organization and the illegible signature, through the database absences and the word wizarding in the GCHQ fragments, through the envelope and its address and the parchment analysis that was due back Friday, through Harry's accidental magic and what it told him about the nature of Harry's situation. Amelia Bones listened without interrupting. She had a very good poker face but not a perfect one. When he got to the address on the envelope her jaw tightened, and when he mentioned the fictional placement organization her eyes went narrow and cold, and when he described the GCHQ contact and the Home Office inquiry her expression went complex in a way that he read as, "This has just become significantly more complicated." When he finished she was quiet for a moment. "You built this in a week," she said. 5 days. "And your brother?" She glanced at Mycroft. "He's the government connection." "He has connections," Sherlock said. "He's 17. "But yes. The Home Office." She said it with a carefulness that told him it registered very specifically. "If the Muggle government is formally made aware of the wizarding world's existence, there are treaties, informal, old, from the 17th century, that govern what happens next. Obligations on both sides." She paused. "What you're describing would blow those open." "Good," Sherlock said. "It's not simple," she said. "There would be, I'm not asking you to make it simple," Sherlock said. "I'm asking you to help me make it right. A child is in a cupboard. The person who put him there runs your courts. The Muggle government doesn't officially know you exist. All three of those things need to change." He looked at her directly. "You're the head of law enforcement. Tell me why those things don't concern you." She looked at him for a very long time. He held her gaze. "They concern me enormously," she said, finally. "They have concerned me since October 1981. She reached forward and straightened the edge of his sketchpad on the table, a small, precise movement. "Dumbledore he is very powerful. Not just magically. Politically. Institutionally. He has deep goodwill from the war. People trust him absolutely." She paused. "Challenging him from within this world is difficult," Sherlock said. "Which is why we're doing it from outside." She looked at him. Then she looked at the sketchpad. Then, slowly, she opened her robe slightly and removed a business card, cream parchment, the DMLE crest, her name in dark ink, and put it on the table. "I'm going to need to see that envelope," she said. "The original. And the parchment analysis when it comes back." She paused. "And I'm going to need your brother's government contact details." "He'll want yours first," Sherlock said. "Fair enough." She produced another card, wrote something on the back. "Can you deliver that to him?" "He's sitting 12 feet away from us," Sherlock said. She almost smiled. It was a small thing, controlled, but it was there. She looked at Mycroft, who was watching them with an expression of polite interest that fooled absolutely no one, and then back at Sherlock. "You're going to cause a great deal of difficulty," she said. "I know," Sherlock said. "For the right people." He stood, collected the sketchpad, took the card, and walked across to Mycroft's table. He put the card down in front of him. Mycroft read the back, the handwritten edition, and his eyebrows shifted by exactly 4 millimeters, which was his version of open astonishment. "The head of the DMLE," Mycroft said, very quietly. "She was already interested," Sherlock said. "We gave her something concrete. She's been watching Dumbledore for years and hasn't been able to move because she has no leverage that works inside his framework." He sat down. "We're leverage that works outside it." Mycroft looked at Amelia Bones across the pub, who was looking at them both with the appraising expression of someone recalibrating their morning considerably. "She could go to Dumbledore," Mycroft said. "Warn him." "She could," Sherlock said. "She won't." "You're certain?" He thought about the way her jaw had tightened at the address on the envelope. The cold precision of her eyes when she heard about the fictional placement organization. The fact that she had come here in civilian clothes, off the record. "She's been carrying this alone for 6 years," he said. "She won't warn him. She's been waiting for someone to show her a door." Mycroft looked at him for a moment. Then he folded the crossword away and picked up Amelia Bones's card. "We'll need to give the GCHQ contact her details," he said. "A back channel between magical law enforcement and Muggle intelligence, even informal, even deniable, is worth more than." "Yes," Sherlock said. "I know. Set it up." They paid for their drinks and left the Leaky Cauldron, walking back out into the Charing Cross Road and the regular London morning, the sound of buses and a newspaper vendor and someone's bicycle bell. The hidden world closed behind them like water closing over a stone, seamless, invisible. Sherlock stopped on the pavement. He'd said he'd bring Harry something real. Something from somewhere that knew he existed. He looked at the envelope in his sketchpad. The original. He needed to keep that for the case, Amelia would need to see it, the analysis needed it. But he took out a fresh page from the sketchpad and drew, very carefully, the Hogwarts crest. All 4 animals, the letter, the motto. He drew it with the same precision he'd brought to the earlier sketch, every line exact, the motto in his cleanest lettering, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. He held it for a moment, then folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. Mycroft watched this. He said nothing. They walked to Charing Cross Station. On the train back to Surrey, Mycroft produced his notebook and began drafting a summary document, the kind of clean, structured, formal prose he was already very good at, the kind that made things real in the eyes of institutions. Sherlock watched him write for a while, then turned to the window and watched the suburbs emerge from London's edge, identical streets rolling past, and thought about Harry sitting in the cupboard with Treasure Island, holding it at exactly the right angle. He had one more piece of the picture to place. He knew Dumbledore's name. He had the envelope. He had Amelia Bones as an inside contact and a GCHQ thread and a Home Office line and a parchment analysis on its way. He had case file entries documenting abuse, illegal placement, and 6 years of deliberate neglect. What he didn't have yet was the answer to the question that Harry had asked him through the side window: why? Why had Dumbledore put him there, specifically? What was the until in Petunia's overheard phone call? He has to stay here until what? The answer was somewhere in the magical world. It was in the nature of the war and the dark wizard and the night Harry's parents had died and the reason a 1-year-old had survived something that had killed everyone else. It was in whatever made Harry Potter specifically important enough to hide. He needed to get back inside. Not the Leaky Cauldron this time. Deeper. Diagon Alley, he thought. The door at the back of the pub. He'd seen people go through it all morning, witches and wizards going about their business, normal as anything, through that wooden door into somewhere else. He'd observed the tap on the wall that some of them touched before it opened, a specific pattern, brick by brick. He had a very good visual memory. He filed the pattern carefully, added it to the case file in his head, and turned from the window. "Mycroft," he said. Mycroft didn't look up from his notebook. "No," he said. "You don't know what I was going to say." "You were going to suggest going back," Mycroft said. "Into the alley this time, not just the pub." "The answer is no, and also yes, because you're right that we need to, and I have an idea about how to do it properly." He turned a page. "The parchment analysis comes back Friday. We go back Saturday. Properly. With documentation." He glanced up. "And with Amelia Bones expecting us." Sherlock looked at him. "You called her already," Sherlock said. "While you were drawing," Mycroft said. They looked at each other for a moment, and then Sherlock settled back into his seat with the expression of someone who has found, in their elder sibling, an unexpected but genuinely useful ally, which was an experience he had perhaps not given Mycroft sufficient credit for before now. "Saturday," he said. "Saturday," Mycroft agreed. The train rolled south toward Surrey and the suburbs and a street called Privet Drive where a boy with green eyes and round glasses was waiting to hear what came next. Sherlock's hand went to his coat pocket, where the folded crest sat, for animals and a motto and proof, small but real, that the world Harry Potter belonged to knew he existed. It wasn't much. But it was something. And something, he had found, was always where everything started. Chapter 4, The Weight of Old Magic. The parchment analysis came back Friday afternoon. Mycroft took the call in Aunt Helena's hallway, standing very straight with the telephone pressed to his ear and his notebook open, writing in the shorthand he'd invented at 14 and that Sherlock could read at speed. He wrote 3 lines, said thank you with the particular warmth he deployed when he wanted someone to feel appreciated enough to be useful again later, and replaced the receiver. He came to the sitting room doorway. Sherlock was on the floor with the case file spread around him in the topology he'd developed over the past week, primary evidence at the center, supporting material in concentric rings, gaps marked with red pencil, the whole thing organized with the logic of a mind that thought in networks rather than lines. "No known manufacturer," Mycroft said. "Not in any commercial registry, historical or current, in Britain or Europe. The paper fiber composition is consistent with hand-pressed vellum but with an additional organic compound that the analyst cannot identify." He described it as, Mycroft checked his notes. He said it was like something had been added to the pulp during pressing. Something biological. He's never seen it before. He wants to write a paper about it. "Tell him not to yet," Sherlock said. "Already done. Professional discretion in exchange for a first-look arrangement if we go public." Mycroft came fully into the room and stepped carefully around the case file. He also confirmed the wax. The seal composition is beeswax combined with what he thinks is a mineral compound he can't place. Again, no commercial match. Again, no historical precedent. Sherlock picked up his red pencil and crossed out the word pending next to physical evidence, parchment analysis and wrote, confirmed, non-commercial, non-standard, no identifiable origin in known supply chain. He looked at it. "That's our anchor," he said. "Everything else, the database absences, the placement record, the address on the envelope, everything else can be argued around by someone creative enough. But a physical object with no earthly manufacturer is not arguable. It exists. It's real. It has no explanation within the known world." "Which means the unknown world is real," Mycroft said. "Which means the unknown world is real," Sherlock agreed. "And if the unknown world is real then everything else in the case file follows." He stood. "Saturday. We go back. I've spoken to Amelia Bones. She'll meet us in the Leaky Cauldron at 9. She's arranged access." Mycroft paused. "She said something interesting, actually. She said that if we enter Diagon Alley under her authority, we're technically under DMLE jurisdiction for the duration." Muggle law doesn't apply inside. Does that concern you? Mycroft considered it. It would concern me more if Amelia Bones seemed like the kind of person who would abuse that arrangement. He picked up his notebook. She doesn't. No, Sherlock agreed. She doesn't. He went to find Harry. Harry received the news of the parchment analysis through the ventilation gap with the stillness he brought to everything significant, very quiet, very focused, the information going somewhere deep and being processed without visible drama. Sherlock had noticed that Harry's emotional responses didn't arrive immediately. They arrived later, at angles, when he wasn't expecting them. He filed this under, adaptive response to an environment where visible emotion has historically been punished. So it's real, Harry said. The school. Their world. Evidentially confirmed, Sherlock said. We go back tomorrow. Deeper this time, into the market. Diagon Alley. With the head of their law enforcement as our guide. She's helping you. She has her own reasons for wanting this resolved. He paused. Harry. I need to ask you something and I need you to think about it carefully before you answer. Harry looked at him. If we could get you out of that house, not eventually, but soon, in the next couple of weeks, where would you want to go? Is there anyone? No, Harry said, simply. There's no one. On the Muggle side, I mean. My parents were both, Aunt Petunia is my only family. He said Aunt Petunia with the flatness of someone for whom the word family has a definition that bears no resemblance to its dictionary entry. There's no one. Sherlock had expected this but had needed to ask. He looked at the bolt for a moment. There may be options on the other side, he said. Their world. People who knew your parents. Harry absorbed this. Sirius Black, he said. Sherlock looked at him sharply. I told you about him. No. But you wrote it in your sketchpad and you left it on the ground when you went to check the street was clear, and I read it through the gap. He said this without apology, with the matter-of-fact honesty of someone who has learned that information is survival and makes no pretense otherwise. You wrote that he was supposed to be my godfather and that he's in prison. And that there might not have been a trial. I was going to tell you. I know. You were being careful about it. Harry was quiet for a moment. Do you think he did it? What they say he did. Sherlock thought about what he knew. Sirius Black, arrested the night of October 31, 1981, accused of betraying the Potters and killing Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. No trial in any record Mycroft had found. Sent directly to Azkaban, the wizarding prison, on what appeared to be Dumbledore's authority. Dumbledore, who had also sent Harry to the cupboard on his own authority, with no legal process, no oversight, no accountability. I think, Sherlock said carefully, that Dumbledore decided something that night and acted on it, and no one questioned him because no one ever questions him, and the consequences of that pattern are sitting in front of me right now. He looked at Harry. I don't know if Black is innocent. I know there was no trial. I know that's wrong regardless of what he did. Harry thought about this. If he's innocent, he said. If he didn't do it. Then he's been in prison for 6 years for something he didn't do. Yes. And I've been in a cupboard for 6 years because Dumbledore decided it. Yes. And my parents are dead. Yes. Harry was quiet for a very long time. Outside, a car went past on Privet Drive, and a neighbor's dog barked at it, and the ordinary sounds of Little Whinging Saturday morning went about their business, entirely unaware. Okay, Harry said, finally. Go find out everything. Sherlock stood. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded paper, the sketch of the Hogwarts crest he'd made on the train from Charing Cross 2 days ago. He pushed it through the ventilation gap. Harry took it. He unfolded it carefully. He looked at it for a long time, the 4 animals, the motto, all of it drawn with exactitude in Sherlock's angular pencil hand. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Sherlock went to get the train to London. Amelia Bones was waiting in the leaky cauldron at 5 to 9, with a pot of tea and the expression of someone who has thought very hard about something overnight and has arrived at a decision. She looked at them both as they came in, Sherlock in his coat, sketch-pad under his arm, Mycroft in his jacket with his notebook, both of them deliberately composed, and she said, "Before we go in, I need to establish some rules." "All right," Sherlock said. "Inside the alley, you don't touch anything without my say-so. You don't speak to anyone official, ministry staff, or anyone in uniform, without going through me first. If someone tries to obliviate you," she looked at Sherlock. "Obliviate is a memory charm. It removes specific memories. If anyone points a wand at either of you, you step behind me immediately. Are we agreed?" "Agreed," Mycroft said. "Agreed," Sherlock said. "Though I'd like to add, if we encounter Dumbledore, we won't. He's at Hogwarts. The school doesn't break term for another 3 weeks." She paused. "But if something changes and we do, you let me handle first contact." "Understood?" Sherlock looked at her. He understood, she was not saying he couldn't engage with Dumbledore. She was saying she needed to be positioned correctly first. That was strategic, not restrictive, and he respected strategy. "Understood," he said. She nodded once, stood up, and led them through the pub to the wooden door at the back. Through it was a small courtyard, enclosed brick walls, a dustbin, a scrubby patch of ground, and she took out her wand, which was dark wood and about 11 inches, and tapped the wall in a specific sequence. Sherlock watched the sequence carefully. He was almost certain it matched what he'd seen from across the pub on Thursday. The bricks moved. He'd known they would, intellectually, but the reality of it was still something, the wall unwrapping itself into an archway, brick by brick, with the sound of old stone moving in ways stone shouldn't move. Beyond it, a cobbled street, long and curving, lined with shops whose signs were written in styles that spanned several centuries simultaneously. And people, crowds of them, normal in their abnormality, going about their shopping in robes and ordinary clothes, carrying owls in cages and bundles of something that smelled strongly of plants and smaller bags that clinked with what he already knew was not standard British currency. Diagon Alley. Sherlock walked through the archway and the world changed key around him, and he registered the change the way he registered everything, with attention, with storage, with the running catalogue that was always operating at the back of his mind, and kept walking. Amelia led them at a pace that gave him time to look. She seemed to understand this without being told, which raised his estimation of her further. She pointed out, briefly and without excess detail, the key buildings, Gringotts Bank at the far end, a white marble building that looked like it had been transplanted from ancient Rome and was staffed, apparently, by beings that were not human, goblins, she said, short and sharp-featured and comprehensively uninterested in the 2 muggles passing by outside. The apothecary. Ollivander's wands, the window displaying a single wand on a faded cushion. Quality Quidditch supplies, which he filed for later, Quidditch being the sport, played on broomsticks, which he'd found references to in several of the database fragments and which had seemed, on first encounter with the concept, profoundly dangerous and therefore probably very popular. "I need to see 2 things," he told Amelia, as they walked. "The Gringotts records for the Potter family account. And your DMLE office." She looked at him sideways. "The Gringotts records are held under Goblin jurisdiction. I can request a meeting with the account manager, but I can't compel disclosure." "You don't need to compel it," he said. "I have standing. Harry Potter has standing. He's the account holder, as heir to the Potter estate. He's been given no access to his own inheritance, no accounting of his assets, no representative acting in his interests for 6 years. That's not just a magical governance problem, under Muggle law that's financial negligence, possibly fraud. The goblins have their own reasons to be interested in that argument." He paused. "Set up the meeting." Amelia Bones looked at him with the expression she was developing specifically for moments when he said things that were simultaneously obvious and that no one had thought to say before. You've been thinking about this all week. Since Tuesday, he said. Right. She steered them left, toward Gringotts. DMLE office is above the apothecary. We'll go there second. The goblin who managed the Potter account was named Ragnarok, and he received them in a small office off the main banking hall with the careful neutrality of a professional who has been trained to maintain careful neutrality and has elevated it into something very close to an art form. He looked at Sherlock. He looked at Mycroft. He looked at Amelia. Then back at Sherlock. You represent the heir, he said. His voice was precise, dry, efficient, not unfriendly, exactly, but not interested in the performance of friendliness either. Sherlock liked him immediately. Informally, Sherlock said. He's 7 and in a situation that has prevented him from representing himself. I want to understand the state of his account and what's been drawn from it, by whom, and under what authority. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Then he opened a leather folder that was sitting on his desk with the air of a man who had been expecting this conversation for some time, possibly for 6 years. The Potter family vault, he said, is the second oldest continuously held account in this bank. It has not been accessed by the primary account holder, or by any representative presenting credentials on behalf of the primary account holder, since the establishment of a trustee arrangement in November 1981. He looked up. The trustee arrangement was established by a ministerial order, signed by the then Minister for Magic, authorizing the transfer of administrative oversight to, he checked the folder. To Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Sherlock wrote the full name. What does administrative oversight mean in practice? It means any disbursements from the account require Dumbledore's authorization. Ragnarok paused. There have been disbursements. Silence. Mycroft said, very carefully, what kind of disbursements? Ragnarok looked at the folder again. A monthly arrangement established in November 1981 and continuing to the present. A fixed sum, transferred to a Muggle bank account. He said Muggle bank account with the tone of someone citing a mildly regrettable arrangement. The receiving account is registered to a V.J. Dursley, of 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The room was very still. Harry's money, Sherlock said. Dumbledore has been using Harry's own inheritance to pay the Dursleys to keep him. He said it flatly, because that was what it was and there was no gentler way to frame it that didn't obscure the fact. Ragnarok closed the folder with the precision of someone who has just placed a significant piece of evidence on a table and is allowing it to sit there. The account balance remains substantial, he said. The disbursements represent a small percentage of the total holdings. The estate itself, investments, properties, various holdings, has continued to appreciate through normal market activity. He paused. Gringotts has maintained these assets according to our standard fiduciary practice. We have had no authority to question the trustee arrangement. You have now, Sherlock said. I'm questioning it. On Harry Potter's behalf. I want a full accounting, every disbursement, every authorization signature, every transaction from November 1981 to the present. I want it documented. Formally. With Gringotts' seal. Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. The goblin's expression was difficult to read, but Sherlock thought he detected, beneath the professional neutrality, something that might have been satisfaction. As though a very long-standing irregularity was finally being addressed by someone with the temerity to call it irregular. The documentation will be ready Monday, Ragnarok said. You will collect it in person. We will, Sherlock said. He stood. Thank you. They walked out of Gringotts into the bright noise of Diagon Alley, and Amelia Bones said nothing for a full 30 seconds. Then she said, he's been paying them. With Harry's own money. It explains why the Dursleys kept him despite resenting him, Sherlock said. They were being compensated. Probably generously enough to make the resentment bearable. Which means Dumbledore knew they resented him, knew it was a situation that required financial incentive to maintain, knew it was not a home in any meaningful sense, and maintained it anyway. He kept walking. DMLE office. I want to file a formal complaint. The DMLE satellite office above the apothecary was 2 rooms and a waiting area that smelled of something between a law firm and a library. Amelia sat them down at a desk, produced forms from a filing cabinet, and looked at Sherlock with the expression of someone adjusting their expectations upward for the 3rd time today. A formal complaint requires specifics, she said. Named parties, specific violations, evidence. I have all 3. He put the sketchpad on the desk and opened it to the inventory. Named parties, Albus Dumbledore, principal respondent. Vernon and Petunia Dursley, secondary respondents. Specific violations, he had thought about this carefully, drawing on everything Mycroft had found about wizarding law, which was fragmentary but revealing. Illegal placement of a minor without Wisengamot oversight. Misuse of the trustee position, specifically, directing trust funds for the purpose of compensating custodians in a manner that created a financial incentive to maintain an inappropriate placement rather than to improve it. Failure of duty to award. He paused. And under whatever provision your law has for it, deliberate concealment of a child's identity and heritage from that child. Harry doesn't know he's a wizard. He thinks strange things happen around him because he's wrong. Because they told him he was wrong. He looked at Amelia steadily. Whatever that constitutes in your law, I want it on the complaint. Amelia had her quill out and was writing. She was writing fast. The thing is, she said, without stopping, complaints against Dumbledore go through the Wisengamot. And the Wisengamot is, his, Sherlock said. Yes. I know. That's why the Muggle side of this case matters. The complaint here matters for your internal record, for the official documentation of what he's done within your legal framework. The teeth of the case are in Parliament. She looked up. My brother has a contact at the Home Office, Sherlock said. And a contact at GCHQ. And we have physical evidence, the parchment, that your world exists and operates within British territory outside any agreed legal framework. He met her eyes. Dumbledore can sit on a complaint in the Wisengamot for as long as he likes. He cannot sit on a parliamentary inquiry. He cannot obviate a select committee. He cannot make the Prime Minister forget. Amelia put her quill down and looked at him with an expression that had moved entirely past professional and into something personal. Something that looked, Sherlock thought, like the expression of someone who has been standing in front of a locked door for 6 years and has just been handed a key they didn't know existed. If Parliament gets involved, she said, it changes everything. Not just for Harry. For the whole relationship between our world and yours. The treaties need to change, Sherlock said. A society that operates by hiding from democratic oversight is a society that can do whatever it likes to its most vulnerable members without consequence. You've seen what that looks like. A child in a cupboard. A man in prison without trial. A war that was never recorded. He picked up his pencil. The treaties need to change. And yes, I know that's large and I know it's complicated and I know there will be people on both sides who resist it. But the alternative is that nothing changes and Harry Potter goes back to Privet Drive. The room was quiet. Mycroft was sitting in the corner with his notebook, and Sherlock knew without looking that he was writing very fast, because this was the core of it, the argument that would go to Parliament, the frame that made this bigger than one child in a cupboard, that made it a matter of constitutional principle, and Mycroft understood constitutional principle the way Sherlock understood evidence, viscerally, structurally. As the bones of the world. File the complaint, Sherlock said. We need it on record. Even if the Wisengamot buries it, the act of filing creates a timestamp. It proves knowledge. It proves that at this specific date, the head of magical law enforcement was made formally aware of these circumstances and took action. Amelia picked up her quill again. It'll make me a target. You already are, Sherlock said. You've been in this office above an apothecary instead of in the ministry because you don't trust the ministry. That's not a new problem. You're just doing something about it now. She looked at him for one more long moment. Then she wrote. The complaint took 40 minutes to complete. It was thorough, specific, and devastating. Amelia had a talent for the precise language of legal documentation that Sherlock respected. She understood that the power of a formal complaint was in its specificity, that vague allegations slid off institutions like water off stone, but specific ones with dates and sums and names lodged there and held. When it was done, she sealed it with the DMLE stamp and dated it. Sherlock was copying the key points into his sketchpad when the door opened. Not the waiting room door. The office door. The man who came through it was very tall and very old, with silver hair to his shoulders and half-moon spectacles, and he was wearing deep blue robes and carrying nothing except his own authority, which was considerable. He was not supposed to be here. Amelia had said school didn't break for 3 weeks, but here he was, stopping in the doorway of the DMLE office above the apothecary on a Saturday morning, and looking at the two boys and Amelia with the expression of someone doing extremely fast arithmetic. Albus Dumbledore looked exactly like what he was, a man accustomed to being the most important person in any room, encountering a room in which something had fundamentally changed. His eyes, very blue, very sharp behind the spectacles, moved from Amelia to Mycroft to Sherlock, and settled on Sherlock with a quality of attention that was both genuinely intelligent and slightly calculating. "Amelia," he said, pleasantly. "I didn't know you were in the alley today." "Good morning, Albus." Amelia's voice was perfectly level. "We're in the middle of something official." "So I see." His eyes hadn't left Sherlock. "And you are?" "Sherlock Holmes," Sherlock said. He stayed seated. He did not stand, which he knew Dumbledore had expected, the automatic deference of a child meeting authority. He looked up at him from the chair with the steady, unblinking attention that he used on everything worth studying. "You're Dumbledore." "I am." A small smile. "And you're rather young to be in a DMLE office." "Harry Potter is rather young to be in a cupboard," Sherlock said. The smile didn't disappear, it was too controlled for that, but something behind it shifted. Something recalibrated. Sherlock watched it happen with great attention. Dumbledore looked at Amelia. "What is this?" "A complaint has been filed," Amelia said. "Under DMLE case registration. It's on the record." "I see." Dumbledore came into the room fully, and his height and his age and his accumulated authority came with him, filling the space in the way that very powerful people's presences filled spaces, pressing against everything else. He looked at Sherlock with the particular expression of someone who has decided that the correct approach to an unexpected problem is a combination of warmth and redirection. "Young Mr. Holmes. You've clearly been doing a great deal of thinking about Harry's situation. I understand that must seem troubling to someone from the outside. But there are things I understand about Harry's circumstances that I'm afraid I can't fully explain." "Then you're going to have considerable difficulty," Sherlock said, with the parliamentary inquiry. Dumbledore stopped. Sherlock continued in the same even tone. "My brother has a contact at the Home Office. We have a contact at GCHQ. We have a parchment analysis from a Natural History Museum materials scientist confirming that the Hogwarts envelope addressed to the cupboard under the stairs contains no commercially identifiable paper or wax components, which constitutes physical evidence of a non-standard society operating within British territory. We have the Gringotts records documenting the disbursements from the Potter Family Trust to Vernon Dursley's personal account, which you have been directing." He put his pencil down and looked at Dumbledore directly. "We have a DMLE complaint filed and stamped within the last hour. And we have a case file that Mycroft," he gestured at his brother, "has been drafting all week, which documents the illegal placement, the 6 years of abuse, the absence of any legal authority for your decisions, and the specific request from a named British child, Harry James Potter, for the truth about his identity and his circumstances." The room was completely silent. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. He was, Sherlock noted, not performing the warmth anymore. What was there now was the intelligence, direct and stripped of its social dressing, and it was formidable. He was, clearly, thinking hard. You're 7 years old, Dumbledore said. Yes, Sherlock said. I find that everyone mentions that. What you're describing, the relationship between the wizarding world and Muggle government, is extraordinarily complex. There are protections in place for reasons of safety. Secrecy is not arbitrary, Mr. Holmes. It exists because history has demonstrated. I know why it exists, Sherlock said. I've read the fragments your world has left in Muggle databases. I understand the historical argument. I'm not arguing against all secrecy. I'm arguing against the specific use of systemic secrecy to shield one man's decisions from accountability. He held Dumbledore's gaze. You are using the structure of your hidden society as a wall around your own choices. Harry Potter cannot advocate for himself because he doesn't know what he is. His godfather, if he's innocent, which has never been tested in court, cannot advocate for himself because he's in a prison you put him in without trial. And you continue making decisions about both of them because no one has ever been in a position to stop you. He paused. We're in that position now. Dumbledore was quiet for what felt like a long time but was probably 6 seconds. Then he raised his wand. He didn't point it at Sherlock. He held it loosely, at his side, the gesture of a man considering his options rather than threatening anyone. But the wand was out, and the implication was clear. Mycroft spoke from the corner. I should mention, Mycroft said, in the pleasant, unhurried tone he used when he had complete control of a situation and wanted to make sure the other party understood this without being gratuitously unpleasant about it, that I have been recording this conversation. He produced a small device from his jacket pocket, a dictaphone, compact, the kind of thing a government contact might provide to a 17-year-old with interesting connections. Everything from the moment you walked through that door. Your name, this office, the complaint, and that. He looked at the wand. Including that. He let it sit. Dumbledore looked at the dictaphone. He looked at Mycroft. He looked at Sherlock. Something moved through his expression, not fear, he was too old and too experienced for straightforward fear, but the particular shift of a very intelligent person encountering a situation that has moved genuinely outside their control. He was a man who had spent 100 years being the smartest person in any room, the most prepared, the one who saw furthest ahead. He was encountering, in this small office above an apothecary, the specific experience of being outflanked. The wand went back into his robes. You intend to take this to Parliament, Dumbledore said. His voice was neutral, now. Analytical. Yes, Sherlock said. And you understand what that means. For both worlds. Not just Harry's situation, everything. The treaties, the statute of secrecy, the entire relationship between, I understand it needs to change, Sherlock said. I also understand that you are standing in a room where the head of your law enforcement has just filed a formal complaint against you, and where the physical evidence of your world's existence is sitting in a Home Office contacts in tray in Whitehall, and where a dictaphone is running. He tilted his head. I think the time for you to manage this on your own has passed. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, very still moment. It was the look of a man who had lived for over a century, who had fought wars and buried friends and made decisions that had shaped the lives of thousands, encountering something he had not prepared for, not an enemy, not an obstacle, not a rival, but a 7-year-old boy who was simply not afraid of him and was also, apparently, right. What do you want? Dumbledore said. Several things, Sherlock said. Harry Potter removed from Privet Drive permanently and placed in a suitable home. Full access to his own account and his own history. An inquiry into the imprisonment of Sirius Black, with access to whatever evidence was used to justify it, or, if no evidence exists, his immediate release. A formal accounting of your decisions regarding Harry's placement, presented to both the Wisingamat and to the parliamentary committee my brother is arranging. He picked up his pencil. And the truth. What you know about the night his parents died. What the condition was, he has to stay here until what? I want to know the until. Dumbledore was very still. That, he said, carefully, is more complicated. I don't doubt it, Sherlock said. We have time. Well. He glanced at the door. Some time. Dumbledore looked at Amelia, who looked back at him with an expression that offered him nothing. He looked at Mycroft, who was writing. He looked at Sherlock, who was waiting. He sat down. He sat in the chair opposite Sherlock like a man placing a very heavy thing on a table, and he removed his half-moon spectacles and looked at them for a moment, and then he said, "There is a prophecy." The word landed in the room with the weight of something that had been carried a very long distance. A prophecy, Sherlock said. He wrote it down. Made before Harry was born. Concerning him, and the dark wizard who killed his parents. It described a child who would have the power to, who would be the only one capable of defeating Voldemort. He said the name without flinching, which Sherlock noted. Most of the people he'd encountered in the wizarding world referred to the Dark Wizard as you-know-who, and the fact that Dumbledore used the name directly told him something about Dumbledore's relationship to fear. Or the performance of fearlessness. The prophecy was known to Voldemort. He moved against Harry because of it. Harry survived, for reasons I don't fully understand even now, and Voldemort was destroyed. Or, he stopped. Or, Sherlock said. Destroyed is not precisely the right word, Dumbledore said. He was choosing his words with great care, the care of someone who has held something privately for a long time and is finding the public version of it difficult to assemble. I believe Voldemort is not entirely gone. I believe he will return, eventually. And I believe that when he does, Harry will need to face him. He looked at Sherlock. I placed Harry with his mother's sister because of blood magic. A protection. Lily Potter died for her son, deliberately, a willing sacrifice, and that act of love created a magical protection in Harry that is anchored to the blood of her family. While Harry lives with Petunia, the protection holds. If he left, the protection weakens, Sherlock said. It would require, Dumbledore paused. Yes. This is the until. Until he comes of age. Until the protection has had time to fully establish itself, to mature. 17 years from the night it was created. Sherlock looked at him. You put a child in a cupboard, he said, for 17 years, because of a magical protection that you believe, believe, will be necessary for an enemy you think, think, will return, at a time you cannot specify. He said it quietly. You made that decision. For Harry. Without his knowledge, without his consent, without his input. Without consulting any legal body, any family court, any authority external to yourself. You decided that his suffering was the acceptable cost of a strategic protection, and then you paid his custodians to maintain the arrangement, and then you sent his school correspondence address to the place where you knew he was sleeping, because on some level you have always known that this is what you chose for him. Dumbledore did not speak. I'm not saying the threat isn't real, Sherlock said. I'm not saying the protection doesn't matter. I'm saying that none of that gives you the right to make that decision alone. That's not strategy, that's a man who has decided his judgment is sufficient and everyone else's well-being is a variable. He picked up the sketchpad. The protection can be rebuilt. The magic that created it was love, his mother's love. There are other forms of love. Other arrangements that provide safety without a cupboard. He looked at Dumbledore. Tell me I'm wrong. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long moment. You're not wrong, he said. The words came out quietly, with a quality Sherlock hadn't heard from him yet, not the warmth, not the authority, not the careful management. Something older and more tired. I told myself it was necessary. I told myself the wider stakes, a generation of children who would not grow up under Voldemort, justified the cost. I have told myself that many times. He looked at his hands. I am not entirely sure, today, whether I believed it or whether it was simply convenient to believe it. The room held that. It was not quite a confession. It was not quite an apology. It was the specific sound of a very intelligent person encountering the limits of their own certainty, which was, in Sherlock's experience, both the most difficult thing for such people to produce and the most honest thing they ever said. Amelia Bones was writing. Mycroft's dictaphone was running. Sherlock looked at Dumbledore, this extraordinary, genuinely formidable man who had done a genuinely terrible thing for genuinely complicated reasons, and felt not triumph, exactly, but the specific satisfaction of a case arriving at its true shape. Not simpler than he'd expected. More human. The inquiry, Sherlock said. You'll attend. Dumbledore looked up. You're giving me instructions. I'm telling you what's happening. He held the old man's gaze without difficulty, without drama. You'll attend. You'll present the full account, the prophecy, the blood protection, the decisions you made and why. You'll submit to questions from both the Wisengamot and the Parliamentary Committee. And you'll do all of this because the alternative is that we present the case without you, and without you it's simply a story about a child in a cupboard, and stories about children in cupboards tend to make people in Parliament very angry. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then, with the measured care of a man choosing the terrain of his own accountability, he said, I will need time to prepare. You have 2 weeks, Mycroft said from the corner, without looking up from his notebook. We're presenting to the committee on the 1st of August. Dumbledore looked at Mycroft with what might have been, in different circumstances, something close to respect. Your brother, he said to Sherlock. Yes. He's rather formidable. He's 17, Sherlock said. We find that everyone mentions the age. Dumbledore stood, slowly, with the deliberateness of an old man who is also buying himself time to think. He put his spectacles back on. He looked at Sherlock once more, and the look had something new in it, something that might, over time, resolve itself into a kind of rueful admiration, though it hadn't got there yet. You should know, Dumbledore said, at the door, that the boy is remarkable. Whatever else you think of my decisions, I know he is, Sherlock said. He's been remarkable in a cupboard. Imagine what he'll be like outside one. Dumbledore left. The door closed. Amelia Bones set her quill down and looked at the ceiling for a moment with the expression of someone processing a very large quantity of information in a short time. Then she looked at Sherlock. A prophecy, she said. Yes. He's been running Wizarding Britain's post-war strategy around a prophecy. And a blood protection, and his own judgment, and no checks on any of it. Sherlock picked up his pencil. Add the prophecy to the complaint. Its context. It doesn't justify what he did, it explains it, which is different. The committee needs to understand the difference. She nodded. She picked up her quill and wrote. Mycroft clicked off the dictaphone and tucked it into his pocket. He looked at Sherlock across the room. 1st of August, he said. We have 2 weeks. We have everything we need, Sherlock said. We just need to build it into something a parliamentary committee can follow without getting lost. He stood, collected the sketchpad, looked at the closed door that Dumbledore had walked through. He'll cooperate. He's many things but he's not stupid, and he can see the shape of what happens if he doesn't. He paused. He also, I think he is genuinely ashamed. Which is not nothing. It won't be sufficient, but it's not nothing. They walked out of the DMLE office, down the stairs past the apothecary, and back into Diagon Alley's busy cobbled morning. The world of owls and wands and moving photographs went about its Saturday business around them, ordinary in its extraordinary way, and Sherlock walked through it with his sketchpad under his arm and his mind already drafting the structure of the Parliament presentation. At the archway back to the Leaky Cauldron's courtyard, he stopped. He looked back at the alley, the crooked shop fronts, the Gringotts marble glowing at the far end, the people in their varied robes, the whole hidden, extraordinary, deeply human mess of it. He thought about Harry, sitting in the cupboard with the folded sketch of the Hogwarts crest. Somewhere that knows I exist, Harry had said. He thought, it knows. It has always known. And it should have done something about it long before now. He turned and walked through the archway, back into London, and did not look back again. He had a case to finish. Chapter 5, The House of Commons. The 2 weeks before Parliament moved like two different kinds of time running simultaneously. On the surface, Little Whinging, Aunt Helena's house, the ordinary machinery of a Surrey summer, the days were slow and warm and unremarkable. Sherlock went to Privet Drive every morning. He sat on the grass and talked through the ventilation gap or, on the days when Petunia allowed the garden visits, on the back lawn with the chess board he'd actually produced now, a travel set from Aunt Helena's games cupboard. Harry was learning fast, which Sherlock had expected. Harry processed patterns quickly, remembered positions without being told to, and had the natural strategic patience of someone who had spent years making careful decisions in hostile territory. He beat Sherlock's opening gambit on the 5th day, which Sherlock noted and filed under, significant. Below the surface, everything was moving at considerable speed. Mycroft was on the telephone for 3 to 4 hours every day, working through a network of contacts that expanded incrementally with each call, the Home Office contact leading to a junior minister, the junior minister leading to a senior advisor, the senior advisor belonging to the same club as someone on the Intelligence and Security Committee, who had a standing interest in what he referred to. In a conversation Mycroft summarized for Sherlock in careful shorthand, as anomalous domestic jurisdictions. The parchment analysis had been formally submitted as an appendix. The Gringotts documentation, signed, goblin-sealed, detailed to the last canute, had arrived on Monday and had been read by Mycroft's Home Office contact, who had apparently gone very quiet for a long time after reading it, the specific silence of a civil servant discovering something that requires significant reclassification. The case file grew. Sherlock rebuilt it 3 times, each iteration tighter than the last, shedding anything that required belief and keeping only what could be demonstrated. By the end of the first week it was 47 pages. By the end of the second it was 62, with appendices, and Mycroft had produced a clean summary document of 8 pages that was, Sherlock admitted, better than anything he could have written himself, structured for institutional consumption, precisely calibrated to the specific anxieties and priorities of a parliamentary committee without being manipulative, which was a distinction Mycroft navigated with the ease of someone who had been reading people in power since he was approximately 12. Amelia Bones sent 2 owls. The first contained the DMLE complaint reference number and a note that said Dumbledore had made contact through official channels, indicating his intention to cooperate with any formal inquiry, language that was careful and lawyerly, and revealed, to Sherlock's reading, that Dumbledore's cooperation was real but that he was also already shaping the narrative around his cooperation, presenting it as a choice rather than a necessity. The second owl arrived 4 days later and contained a 2-page document that Sherlock read 3 times, because what it said was significant enough to require multiple readings. Sirius Black had not received a trial. The documentation was unambiguous. He had been arrested on the 1st of November 1981, transported to Azkaban within 72 hours, and held under an administrative detention order signed by the then head of the DMLE, not Amelia, her predecessor, a man named Bartemius Crouch, on the basis of testimony from a single ministry orer who had arrived at the scene of Peter Pettigrew's death after the fact. There was no hearing, no evidence review, no Wisengamot session. The formal case file was 4 pages. The longest document in it was the detention order itself. Sherlock read this and felt something that was not satisfaction. The situation was too serious for satisfaction, but was adjacent to it. The clean, cold clarity of a pattern confirming itself. He took it to Harry. Harry read the document through the ventilation gap, 1 page at a time, Sherlock holding each page up at the angle that the morning light made readable. He read in complete silence, and when he finished he handed the second page back through the gap and pressed his forehead against the window frame for a moment with his eyes closed. Sherlock waited. 6 years, Harry said. Not to Sherlock exactly. To the wall, or to the space between them, or to the specific injustice of the number. He's been in there 6 years. And I've been in here. And Dumbledore did both. Dumbledore didn't sign the detention order, Sherlock said. Crouch did. Dumbledore knew, Harry said. He was the most important person in their world. He knew everything. He would have known there was no trial. He opened his eyes. They were very bright and very steady. He let it happen. Yes, Sherlock said. He let it happen. Is he going to Parliament? He's confirmed it through official channels. Sherlock folded the pages. He'll be there. And black? This was the part he'd thought most carefully about. We're requesting his presence. The committee has the authority to summon him. Mycroft has been working on the jurisdictional argument, the interaction between the 17th century treaties and the current national security framework, which gives the committee cross-jurisdictional reach in cases involving British citizens held by non-standard bodies. He paused. Getting him there physically is a different problem. Azkaban it's a wizarding prison. We can't simply serve papers. Amelia, Harry said. Amelia is working on it. He looked at Harry. There's something else you should know. If he's innocent, which the evidence suggests, though I want more before I'm certain, if he's innocent, and if you wanted to, he's your godfather. Legally, in their world, that carries guardianship rights. Harry was very still. He'd have a say in where you go, Sherlock said. If he's out. If he wants that. He might not, Harry said. He doesn't know me. I was a baby. He knew your parents. Harry absorbed this. He was looking at something Sherlock couldn't see, some internal geography. Then he said, do you think someone can love a person they've never met? Because of who they came from? Sherlock thought about this with genuine care, not dismissing it as sentiment. I think people are capable of it, he said. I think some people love ideas as much as they love people, and the idea of you, James and Lily's son, might be enough to begin with. He paused. I don't know. I'm not good at predicting love. I'm better at evidence. What does the evidence say? The evidence says he was arrested within hours of your parents' deaths, when he must have been, when anyone would have been. Sherlock stopped. Recalibrated. He was your father's best friend and he had just lost him, and instead of grieving he apparently went immediately after Peter Pettigrew. That's not the behavior of someone indifferent. That's rage and grief expressed as action. He looked at Harry. I can't tell you what he'll be like. But I don't think he'll be indifferent. Harry nodded once, slowly. Okay, he said. Okay. They played chess for the rest of the morning. Harry took Sherlock's bishop in a move that Sherlock had left deliberately open, just to see if Harry would see it, and Harry took it on the seventh move without hesitation or visible satisfaction, just the calm efficiency of someone who had spotted the opportunity and taken it, and Sherlock said, good, and meant it entirely. The morning of the 1st of August arrived with the composed inevitability of days that have been planned for so long they feel, by the time they come, almost anticlimactic until the moment they aren't. Sherlock was up at 5. He showered, dressed in the clothes Mycroft had selected, not his usual choices, but Mycroft had been firm on this, you need to look like a child and not like a disruption, because a disruption will be managed and a child will be listened to, and ate breakfast with the mechanical efficiency of someone fueling a vehicle for a specific journey. Mycroft came down at 6 in his best jacket with his hair combed and his notebook in his breast pocket, and they looked at each other across Aunt Helena's kitchen table and understood, without words, that today was the day everything they'd built either stood or it didn't. Aunt Helena drove them to the station. At the platform she hugged Mycroft, who bore it with dignified tolerance, and then she crouched down in front of Sherlock and looked at him with her direct, paint-stained artist's eyes. Whatever happens today, she said. That boy in the cupboard. He knows someone tried. I'm not trying, Sherlock said. I'm doing. She laughed. It was the right response, and she knew it, and the laugh had something fiercer in it than usual, pride, or something adjacent. She stood up and they got on the train. The committee room was in Portcullis House, the modern building beside the Palace of Westminster, which Sherlock had expected to find impressive and found instead intensely functional, all glass and airiness and the faint permanent smell of paper and coffee and urgency. Mycroft's contact, a compact woman named Harriet Walcott who worked in the cabinet office and had the eyes of someone who had heard a great many extraordinary things and had trained herself to receive them without expression, met them in the lobby and walked them through security with the ease of someone for whom Portcullis House was a daily environment. "You understand the format," she said, walking. "This is a closed session of the Intelligence and Security Committee with supplementary members from the Home Affairs Select Committee. 9 members total. The chair is Sir Gerald Forthright. He's experienced, he's not easily alarmed, and he has a very low tolerance for both time-wasting and condescension, so don't do either." She glanced at Mycroft. "Your summary document went out to members on Friday. Most of them have read it. The questions will be specific." She glanced at Sherlock. "You're presenting the primary findings." "Yes," Sherlock said. She looked at him, the whole look, taking in the child-sized suit and the angular face and the quality of attention in his eyes, and said, simply, "Good." She pushed open a door and led them through. The committee room was smaller than Sherlock had expected, which he immediately understood as a deliberate design, intimate enough to prevent grandstanding, formal enough to enforce seriousness. A long table in a U-shape, 9 people around it in various states of pre-meeting organization, papers spread, water glasses filled. At the center of one arm of the U, a chair who was exactly as described, 60s, solidly built, with the face of a man who had been asking difficult questions of difficult people for a long time and had not yet heard anything that genuinely surprised him. He looked up when they came in and his eyes went immediately to Sherlock with the evaluating directness of someone who had been told a child would be presenting and had not been entirely sure how to prepare for that and was now preparing in real time. On the other side of the room, in chairs along the wall, were 4 people. Amelia Bones, in Muggle clothing that was slightly more formal than last Saturday, a dark jacket, hair neat, who gave Sherlock the brief, precise nod of a professional acknowledging a colleague. Beside her, a ministry official Sherlock didn't recognize, junior, slightly anxious, sent presumably to observe and report back. And in the corner, in a chair that was somehow slightly too small for the gravity of the person sitting in it, Albus Dumbledore. He had, at some point in the past 2 weeks, found Muggle clothing, a dark suit that was technically correct in every detail and still managed to look slightly like a costume, the way clothing always looks on people who never wear it. He had not brought his wand visibly. He was sitting with the patient composure of someone who has had a very long time to practice patience, and he looked, when Sherlock's eyes found his, not away. He held the look with the directness of a man who had decided that whatever was coming, he would face it. Sherlock gave him one nod. Dumbledore returned it. Sir Gerald Forthright called the session to order. Mycroft presented first. 6 minutes, the clean executive summary, facts and figures and legal frameworks, the language of institutional power speaking to institutional power. He was extraordinary at it, 17 years old, standing in front of a parliamentary committee, and the only indication that he was not 10 years older was the slight roundness of his face, which the quality of his voice and the precision of his arguments made easy to overlook. He established the existence of the wizarding community operating within British territory. The legal basis for parliamentary interest, territorial sovereignty, child welfare legislation, national security considerations. The physical evidence. The financial records. The timeline. Then he sat down and looked at Sherlock. Sherlock stood. He had thought, during the last 2 weeks, about how to do this, what to lead with, what order made the case most coherent for people hearing it for the first time. He'd drafted outlines and discarded them. He'd talked through structures with Mycroft and revised them and talked through them again. And in the end he'd arrived at the same conclusion he always arrived at: start with what's real. Start with the specific, concrete, undeniable thing. The address on the envelope, he said, is the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He produced the envelope in its evidence sleeve, handled now by enough institutional hands that it had acquired, in addition to its extraordinary material composition, the specific authority of processed evidence. He placed it on the table where it could be seen. This envelope was sent to Harry Potter, age 7, by the school he is registered to attend. It was sent by an institution that knows, specifically and precisely, that this child sleeps in a room the size of a storage cupboard under a staircase, because they have addressed 6 years of correspondence to that room. He paused. They know, and they have done nothing, because the person who runs the school is also the person who placed the child there. He had their attention. All 9 of them, completely. He continued. He walked them through it the way he'd walked through it 100 times in his head, the placement record, the fictional organization, the illegal authority. He presented the Gringotts documentation, the trust fund, the monthly payments to Vernon Dursley's account, the 6 years of Harry's own inheritance being used to compensate his custodians for keeping him in the conditions that merited compensation. He presented Amelia Bones's DMLE complaint. She had sent a formal copy for the committee's record. He presented the parchment analysis, the museum curator's signed statement, the specific finding that the paper and wax of the Hogwarts envelope had no identifiable manufacturer in any commercial or historical record in the United Kingdom or Europe. And then he talked about Harry. Not the case. Not the evidence. Harry himself. He did this deliberately and carefully, because he had noticed, in his 2 weeks of observing the case file from the outside, that the risk of a case this structurally complex was that the person at the center became abstract, became a name on a document, a data point in an argument. He was not going to let that happen. He described the ventilation gap. The stone propped in the window for air. The books held at the optimum angle for a single inch of light. The enormous hand-me-down clothes. The birthday that had never been marked. The look on Harry's face when he'd been asked, for possibly the first time, what he thought about his own situation. He talked about Harry the way Sherlock talked about evidence, precisely, specifically, without sentimentality, in a way that was more devastating for its exactitude than any emotional appeal could have been. He didn't say, "This is terrible." He said, "This is what is." And the committee heard the difference. When he stopped, the room was quiet in the specific way that rooms go quiet when something true has been said inside them. Sir Gerald Forthright looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "How did you come to be involved in this?" "I was bored," Sherlock said. "I was visiting my aunt. I walked past his house. I saw a bolt on a window that faced the wrong way." He looked at the chair directly. "I noticed things." Sir Gerald looked at him for another moment. Then, with the ghost of an expression that was too controlled to be called a smile but was its nearest relative, he turned to Dumbledore and said, "Professor. Perhaps you'd like to respond." Dumbledore spoke for 20 minutes. He was, Sherlock had to admit, a remarkable speaker, not in the polished political style of someone who had been trained for this room, but in the older style of someone who had been making difficult things comprehensible to people for over a century. He was clear. He was direct. He did not excuse. He explained. He explained the prophecy, phrased carefully for a Muggle audience, with enough context to make sense without requiring them to accept everything at once. He explained the blood protection. He explained his reasoning, the strategic calculation he had made in November 1981, the weight he had placed on Harry's eventual necessity against the cost of Harry's immediate comfort. He acknowledged the financial arrangement with the Dursleys, using the word misjudgment with the care of someone who knows it is insufficient and says it anyway because he has nothing larger to offer yet. He acknowledged, with the specific gravity of a man who does not make acknowledgments casually, that Harry Potter had never been told what he was, who his parents were, what had been done in his name, or why. He said, "I convinced myself that the knowledge would be dangerous. That ignorance was safety." He stopped. "I understand, in this room, how that sounds." A member of the committee, younger than the rest, a woman with sharp eyes and a legal background Sherlock had deduced from her note-taking style, said, "Professor. Were you aware that the child was being housed in a cupboard?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I was aware that he was with his aunt," he said. "I chose not to investigate the specifics of the arrangement." You chose not to know, the woman said. Another pause. Yes, Dumbledore said. I chose not to know. The room was very quiet. Sherlock watched him. He watched the committee. He watched Amelia, who was watching Dumbledore with the expression of someone who had suspected this for 6 years and was hearing it confirmed in the worst possible place, which was also the best possible place for accountability purposes. Sir Gerald said, the serious black matter. Dumbledore looked at the table for a moment. Black was, I believed him guilty. The evidence at the scene was, there was no trial, Sir Gerald said. No. A British citizen was imprisoned without trial. He is a wizarding citizen, he is a citizen, Sir Gerald said, with the flat precision of a man making a constitutional argument, born in Britain, residing in Britain, subject to the laws of this country. The question of which additional legal framework governs aspects of his life does not remove his fundamental rights. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Was he given a trial? No, Dumbledore said. Was there evidence presented before any judicial body? No. Was he given the opportunity to speak in his own defense? The pause before this one was the longest. No, Dumbledore said. Sherlock was writing. The junior minister from the Wizarding World's contingent, the anxious one on the wall, had gone a very specific shade that Sherlock read as, I was not briefed for this. Amelia Bones's expression had not changed. She had known all of this. She had known it going in, and she had come anyway, and she had sat here and let the committee see it laid out, because she understood, as Sherlock did, that accountability required an audience. Sir Gerald turned to his colleagues. I think we have enough for the initial session. We'll recess for 30 minutes and resume for questions. He looked at Sherlock. Mr. Holmes. Thank you. Your preparation was, he paused, with the expression of a man selecting his words in real time. Thorough. The evidence required it, Sherlock said. In the corridor during recess, Dumbledore found him. Not aggressively, he appeared in the corridor the way old men appear when they move quietly, without announcement, and Sherlock turned and found him there. He had a cup of tea from somewhere and he offered it to Sherlock with the gesture of someone who is aware of how it reads and is making it anyway. Sherlock took the tea. You did that very well, Dumbledore said. I know, Sherlock said. What do you want? Dumbledore almost smiled, the ghost of it, the real version, without the performance. To understand you, he said. I have taught a great many extraordinary children. I have known prodigies in magic, in theory, in strategy. I have not previously encountered, he gestured vaguely at Sherlock in his entirety. This. I'm not extraordinary, Sherlock said. I'm just paying attention. Most people don't. Harry has been paying attention, Dumbledore said, and there was something in how he said it, an old man saying a child's name with a weight of responsibility that had perhaps finally settled into its correct shape. I've seen it in my contact with the school's correspondence administration. He taught himself to read at 4. His schoolwork is consistently excellent despite receiving no support at home, in fact, despite being actively discouraged from it, to avoid outperforming his cousin. He stopped. He's been doing it alone, Sherlock said. Everything. Alone. Yes. Dumbledore looked at his own hands. I told myself the blood protection was the priority. That everything else was secondary. That he would understand, in time, when he was old enough, when I explained, he shook his head. I built a story around my choices. The way people do. Sherlock looked at him. He thought about what it meant to be 106 years old and to have made a decision that must have seemed, necessary, urgent, the correct sacrifice of the specific for the general. And to then not examine it for 6 years because examining it would require admitting that the cost was a child in a cupboard and that you had paid that cost with someone else's suffering. The prophecy, Sherlock said. He needs to know about it. He's 7. He was 1 when you made every decision based on it. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. He has the right to know the facts of his own life. All of them. Including the ones that are frightening. He's better at handling frightening facts than you think, better than most adults I've met, in fact. He's been handling them his whole life. Dumbledore was quiet. Then, when he's old enough now, Sherlock said. He's old enough for the truth. You keep treating old enough as a destination that never quite arrives. It has arrived. He is sitting in Surrey in a cupboard right now and he is old enough. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. You're right, he said. I know, Sherlock said. He drank the tea. It was excellent tea, which was somehow the detail that made the whole thing stranger. What do you intend to say, this afternoon? About the remedies. The committee will ask. Dumbledore straightened slightly, the old man composing himself for what came next, which was the harder part. I intend to support Harry's removal from Privet Drive, he said. I have been thinking, a great deal, these 2 weeks, about the blood protection. About whether it requires the cupboard, specifically, or whether it requires the blood relationship. And I believe, he paused, with the caution of someone who has been wrong before and knows it. I believe that the protection is tied to Lily's sacrifice, to the love that created it, and that this can be maintained through regular contact with Petunia without Harry being required to reside with her. It is imprecise magic. The condition has always been while Harry can call that place home, not while Harry is imprisoned there. I told myself those were the same thing. He looked at Sherlock. They are not. Sherlock filed this. You'll say so. On the record. Yes. And black. Dumbledore's jaw tightened slightly, not resistance, but the physical expression of something that cost him to say. If there was no trial, and the evidence makes clear there was not, then he deserves one. I am not able to argue otherwise. He paused. I believed him guilty. I may have been wrong. I should not have believed it sufficient to bypass procedure. You'll say that too. Yes. Good. Sherlock handed back the teacup. The afternoon session will go better if you don't try to manage it. The committee responds better to candor than to strategy. Dumbledore looked at him with the expression he was developing specifically for Sherlock, somewhere between amusement and genuine bewilderment. You are very unusual, he said. So I've been told. Sherlock put his hands in his pockets. Dumbledore. He stopped, and chose his words with care. I understand that your intentions were, I understand the war was real, and the threat is real, and the choice you made came from a genuine belief that you were protecting something important. He met the old man's eyes. But the intention doesn't reach Harry. The intention stays with you. What reaches Harry is the cupboard. Dumbledore held that for a moment. Yes, he said, quietly. It does. The door to the committee room opened and Harriet Walcott looked out and indicated it was time. The afternoon session ran for 2 hours and 40 minutes. The questions were specific, as promised, the committee had done their reading, had absorbed Mycroft's summary, and were asking with the precision of people who understood that they were building a record as much as they were seeking information. They asked about the statute of secrecy, the historical treaty governing magical concealment, and whether it superseded or coexisted with parliamentary sovereignty, which produced an extended exchange between Dumbledore and 2 of the legally trained members that was genuinely complex and resolved, eventually, into an agreement that the answer required a formal legal review. They asked about the Ministry of Magic's governance structure and received, from Amelia, a frank account of its limitations, the concentration of authority, the absence of independent oversight, the patterns of accountability that had never been tested because the population they governed was small enough and insular enough to maintain order without it. They asked about Harry. Sir Gerald asked, specifically, what happens to this child now? Dumbledore spoke first. He presented his revised analysis of the blood protection, clearly, without evasion, acknowledging where his previous interpretation had been motivated by convenience. He said, Harry does not need to live at Privet Drive. He needs periodic connection to the blood relationship. That is achievable without the current arrangement. He paused. I would support his removal immediately. The woman with the legal background asked Amelia, what is your recommendation from the DMLE perspective? Removal and placement review, Amelia said. Immediate. Under both wizarding welfare provisions and Muggle child protection law. The Dursleys should be investigated under Muggle law. The financial arrangement constitutes evidence of a neglect scheme in which they were complicit, regardless of whether they were the originators. She paused. I also recommend an immediate review of the Sirius Black case. If detention was improper, the remedy is clear. Sir Gerald looked at Sherlock. Mr. Holmes. You've been the one who started this. What do you think should happen? The room was very quiet. Sherlock thought about Harry on the back lawn, moving the chess piece, calm, precise, the bishop taken in 7 moves. He thought about the ventilation gap and the stone propped in the window. He thought about the enormous shirt and the sellotape on the glasses and the way Harry said I'll be here with the quiet irony of someone who had learned to find the joke in captivity. Harry Potter should be told the truth, he said. All of it. The prophecy, his parents, who he is, what he is. Today, not later. He should be removed from Privet Drive and placed somewhere that is actually a home. His financial affairs should be returned to his control, with an appropriate trustee arrangement reviewed by a proper legal body, not by one individual acting outside any oversight framework. Sirius Black should be given the trial he was denied, immediately, and if the evidence is insufficient to convict, which my reading of what exists suggests it will be, he should be released. He paused. And the broader relationship between the wizarding community and the British government needs a formal framework. Not exposure. I'm not suggesting the wizarding world should be made public. I'm suggesting that operating inside British territory without any accountability to democratic institutions is not sustainable, and that this situation has demonstrated why. He looked around the table. Those are my recommendations. Sir Gerald looked at him for a moment. You're 7, he said. Yes, Sherlock said. Apparently that's the most surprising thing about any of this. Something moved around the table, not quite laughter, too serious a room for that, but the recognition of laughter's possibility, which was its own kind of release. Sir Gerald nodded. He made a note. He looked at the committee. I think we have the material we need for the initial report. We'll recess and reconvene in 2 weeks for the formal recommendations session. He looked at Dumbledore. Professor. You'll remain available. Of course, Dumbledore said. And the matter of Harry Potter's immediate circumstances, Sir Gerald looked at Harriet Walcott. I want a referral to Surrey Social Services by end of business today. With the documentation. Yes, Sir Gerald, Harriet said. And Home Office will initiate contact with the Ministry of Magic. He said it with the careful precision of a man saying a phrase for the first time and wanting to get it right. Through Amelia Bones as the appropriate contact. Agreed, Amelia said. Sir Gerald closed his folder. Then we're adjourned. Outside in the lobby, in the specific exhaustion of something large finally moving, Mycroft sat down in a chair and looked at the ceiling for a moment with an expression that was the closest he came to open relief. Sherlock stood beside him with his hands in his pockets and felt the day settling around him, the weight of it, the reality of it, the specific moment when a thing you have built in theory becomes something that is actually happening in the world. Harriet Walcott came past them and stopped. The social services referral goes out today, she said. An officer will visit Privet Drive within 48 hours. She looked at Sherlock. You should know, the process from there takes time. The removal won't be immediate. I know how processes work, Sherlock said. But it starts. That's what matters. She nodded. She went. Dumbledore appeared beside them a few minutes later, his muggle suit still sitting on him like something borrowed. He looked at Sherlock with the expression that had been developing all day, the one that hadn't resolved yet, that was still in the process of becoming something. "I owe Harry an explanation," he said. "A direct one. From me." He paused. "I'd like your permission." Sherlock looked at him. "It's not my permission you need," he said. "It's Harry's." Dumbledore absorbed this. "Then I'd like to ask for his." "Come tomorrow," Sherlock said. "To Privet Drive. I'll be there. Knock on the front door like anyone else." He paused. "And come without the performance. He's very good at reading people. He'll know if you're managing him." "I know," Dumbledore said. I believe I have always known that. I simply found it more convenient to manage from a distance." He looked at Sherlock steadily. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. For seeing him. For coming back." Sherlock said nothing to that. He looked at the lobby floor for a moment, and then looked up. He held the book at exactly the right angle, he said. To catch 1 inch of light. He met Dumbledore's eyes. "I want you to remember that. Whatever conversations you have, whatever arrangements get made. I want you to remember that specific image. Because that's what your decisions looked like from the inside." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I will remember it." He left. Mycroft stood up, straightened his jacket, and looked at Sherlock. "It went well," he said. "It went correctly," Sherlock said. "Whether it went well depends on what happens next." "Fair distinction." Mycroft put his notebook in his pocket. Train. They walked out of Portcullis House into the August afternoon, Westminster Bridge visible at the end of the road, the Thames a flat grey-brown in the heat. London going about its business, enormous and indifferent, the way cities are indifferent to the specific human dramas that play out inside them. Sherlock walked with his hands in his pockets and thought about Harry waiting in Surrey, not knowing what had happened today, sitting with the Hogwarts crest sketch in his cupboard and the chessboard in the garden and the careful patience of someone who has learned to wait. Not much longer, Sherlock thought. He said it to himself with the same flat certainty he used for everything he'd decided was true. Not much longer. He got on the train to Surrey, and for the first time in 2 weeks he didn't open the sketchpad. He sat with his hands in his pockets and watched London give way to the suburbs and thought about nothing at all, which was, for Sherlock Holmes, the rarest and most complete form of rest. Chapter 6. The next logical step. The social services officer came on a Thursday. Sherlock knew she was coming before she knocked. He was in the back garden with Harry, mid-game, Harry's knight sitting in a position that was either a blunder or a trap, and Sherlock was giving it genuine consideration, when he heard the car pull up out front. The specific sound of a council vehicle, the engine note of something that gets driven a lot and maintained minimally. He stood up. Harry looked at him. "Stay here," Sherlock said. Then, "Actually, no. Come." Harry came. They went around the side of the house and Sherlock stopped at the front corner, hand on Harry's arm, and watched. The woman coming up the path was middle-aged, practical shoes, a large bag over one shoulder and a clipboard in her hand, with the particular quality of motion of someone who had done this many times and felt, simultaneously, the weight of each individual instance. She knocked on the front door. Petunia opened it within seconds, which meant she'd been watching from the window, which meant she'd been expecting something. Sherlock watched the exchange, Petunia's body language shifting through surprise into a rigid, controlled alarm, the social worker presenting identification, the exchange at the door that lasted 90 seconds before Petunia, very stiffly, stood aside and let her in. Harry had not made a sound beside him. Sherlock looked at him. Harry was watching the front door with an expression that was completely still, not blank, not shut down, but the stillness of someone who has learned that hope is a thing you hold very carefully and very quietly, because loud hope has a way of breaking. "Her name is probably on the referral," Sherlock said. Harriet Walcott's office sent the documentation. Everything, the placement record, the Gringotts payments, the address on the envelope. "She'll have all of it." Harry nodded. He didn't speak. She's going to ask to speak to you, Sherlock said. Alone, probably. You can tell her everything. You don't have to protect them, the Dursleys. You don't owe them anything, least of all your silence. Harry turned and looked at him then. I know, he said. I've known for a while. He paused. Since you came, actually. Since you sat on the grass outside the window. He looked at the front door again. I've been waiting to say it out loud to someone official. I've been practicing in my head. Sherlock didn't say anything to that because there wasn't anything to say that wouldn't be inadequate, and he preferred silence to inadequacy. Okay, Harry said, and walked up the front path and knocked on his own front door. Sherlock waited outside for 40 minutes, sitting on the garden wall of number 4 with his sketchpad, which had very little left to add to it but which he held anyway out of habit. He could hear, very faintly, voices inside, the social worker's measured professional tone, Petunia's clipped defensiveness, and Harry's voice, which he could not make out but which was steady. He could tell it was steady from the rhythm of it, even through a wall and a closed door, and he filed this under Harry's column in the internal case file he kept alongside the paper one, steady under pressure, always. At the 40-minute mark the front door opened and the social worker came out. She stopped when she saw Sherlock on the wall. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had been told, by the documentation, that a 7-year-old had built this case, and had assumed there was some exaggeration involved, and was now revising that assumption. Sherlock Holmes, she said. Yes. She came to the gate. Emma Trent, Surrey Social Services. I've been briefed on your involvement. She looked at him steadily. The boy's account is consistent with the documentation. I'll be filing a protection report today. The process from here, 48 hours for emergency assessment, standard placement review within 7 days, interim care arrangement either with a family member or approved foster placement while the review completes, Sherlock said. I know the process. She looked at him. How do you know the process? I read the Children Act, he said. Both versions. The 1975 one and the draft of the new legislation that's in committee. The new one is better. He paused. There may be a non-standard element to Harry's case. His family situation is unusual on his father's side. There may be individuals from that side with legal standing regarding his placement. I'd ask you to flag the file for flexibility around placement options. She was looking at him with the expression that adults in official roles develop specifically for Sherlock, the one that was trying to navigate between taking him seriously and the social convention that said 7-year-olds required a different register. She was handling it better than most. The referral documentation mentioned some unusual circumstances. Unusual is an understatement, Sherlock said. But the unusual parts are being handled through a separate process. For your purposes, for the immediate welfare question, what matters is that Harry Potter has been sleeping in a cupboard for 6 years, has been deliberately excluded from normal social development, has been used as unpaid domestic labor, and has been financially compensated for by his custodians in a way that created a perverse incentive against his well-being. All of that is in the documentation. Emma Trent looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "You're very sure of yourself." "I'm very sure of the evidence," he said. "The evidence is very sure of itself. I'm just reading it." She almost smiled. She pulled a card from her bag and held it out. "If the unusual circumstances produce anything that affects placement options in the next week, contact me directly. Before you go to anyone else." He took the card. "Thank you." She went back to her council car, and Sherlock went back into the garden, and Harry appeared at the back door 30 seconds later and sat down on the grass, and they didn't play chess. They just sat in the August afternoon with the board between them and the Queen's Gambit half constructed, and after a while Harry said, "She wrote everything down." "Good," Sherlock said. "She looked at the cupboard," Harry said. "She opened the door and looked inside and she wrote something down and then she looked at me." He picked up a chess piece, the White King, and turned it over in his hands. I've never had anyone look at it and then look at me like it connected. Like the cupboard and me were the same sentence. Sherlock thought about that. It is the same sentence, he said. I know. Harry set the king back down. It felt different to have someone else see it that way. He paused. Good different. They sat in the quiet for a while. Somewhere in the house Vernon Dursley was very loudly saying nothing at all, the specific thunderous silence of a large man who has been told something deeply inconvenient and is temporarily unable to respond to it. Dudley could be heard upstairs, oblivious, his television audible through the wall. Dumbledore's coming tomorrow, Sherlock said. Harry looked at him. I told him he needed to ask your permission for the conversation, Sherlock said. So he's asking. Through me, first. He wants to explain, the prophecy, your parents, all of it. Directly to you. Harry was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the chessboard. He looked at the king he'd just set down. Do you think I should hear it? Yes, Sherlock said. But it's not my decision. What do you think he'll say? I think he'll tell you the truth. He's past the point of managing the narrative, he tried that in a committee room and it didn't hold, and he's intelligent enough to know that the only thing left is honesty. He paused. I also think he'll say things that make you angry. And that the anger will be correct. Harry absorbed this with the seriousness it deserved. Then, will you be there? If you want me to be. I want you to be, Harry said, with the simple directness of someone who has very recently learned that it is acceptable to say what you want. Then I'll be there, Sherlock said. Harry picked up his bishop and took one of Sherlock's pawns with a move that had been developing for 4 turns, patient and unhurried and inevitable. Sherlock looked at the board. He'd missed it. He'd been watching the queen's side and Harry had been building something entirely different on the king's side, and he'd missed it. He looked at Harry. Harry met his eyes with the very small, very controlled expression of someone who is not going to say anything because they don't need to. Well, Sherlock said. Dumbledore arrived at 10:30 the next morning. He came in Muggle clothes again, different ones this time, slightly better chosen, which suggested he'd taken advice or had another look at the problem, and he came on foot from the direction of the station, which meant he'd taken the train from London, which was a deliberate choice, the choice of a man deciding to arrive on someone else's terms rather than his own. Sherlock was waiting on the pavement outside number 4. He'd told Petunia that morning that the meeting was happening, which had produced a prolonged silence and then a nod so small it was almost invisible, the nod of someone who has run the calculation and found that resistance costs more than acceptance. Vernon was at work. Dudley had been sent to a friend's house, which had taken considerable persuasion and produced visible resentment from both Dudley and Petunia, but Sherlock had been quietly immovable on the point. Dumbledore stopped in front of him on the pavement. He looked tired, not physically, he moved with the ease of someone for whom physical fatigue was a minor variable, but in some deeper register, the tiredness of a man who has been carrying something for a long time and has recently been required to put it down in public. How is he? Dumbledore asked. See for yourself, Sherlock said, and led him into the house. Petunia was in the kitchen with the door firmly closed. The hallway was dim and clean and had the Dursley family photographs along the wall, all featuring their chosen family, and Dumbledore walked past them without looking at them, though Sherlock saw the exact moment he registered Harry's absence from every frame. Harry was in the sitting room. He'd arranged it, without being asked, so that the seating was at equal heights, no one at an advantage. He'd put 2 chairs facing each other across the coffee table, and he was sitting in one of them when they came in, very still, with his hands on his knees and his green eyes direct. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Harry. For a moment neither of them said anything, and Sherlock stood in the doorway and watched the collision of all the years between them, this old man and this small boy, connected by loss and prophecy and a night that neither of them could fully account for, and waited. Dumbledore sat down in the opposite chair. Hello, Harry, he said. His voice was different in this room than it had been in the committee room, quieter, stripped of its natural authority, which was, Sherlock thought, the right instinct. "Hello," Harry said. He didn't add anything to it. He was watching Dumbledore the way he watched everything important, without blinking, taking everything in. Dumbledore said, "I owe you an explanation. Several, in fact. I intend to give you all of them. But first I'd like to ask, is there anything you want to know? Before I begin. Anything specific?" Harry thought for a moment. Then, "My mum and dad. What were they like?" And something happened in Dumbledore's face, something cracked open, briefly, and what was underneath it was not the headmaster or the chief warlock or the architect of post-war wizarding strategy. What was underneath it was an old man who had known two people very well and had loved them in the complicated way of mentors who watch their students walk into danger, and who had outlived them. "Your mother," he said, "was the most gifted witch of her generation in practical magic. Not the most technically skilled, there were others with greater precision, but she understood magic at a level that was almost instinctive. She felt it the way most people feel music, as something that has its own logic, its own shape. She was also," he paused, and the pause was genuine, reaching for the right word. "Fierce. Not in a dramatic way. In the way of someone who knew exactly what she valued and would not move from it." He looked at Harry. "You have her eyes. I don't say that because it's the customary thing to say, you genuinely do. The same quality in them." "The same," he stopped. Harry was very still. He was listening with everything. "Your father was, James was brilliant and he knew it and he was a great deal more likable than that combination usually produces," Dumbledore said, and there was something warmer in his voice now, the warmth of someone remembering a specific quality of person. "He was the sort of young man who could make you furious and make you laugh within the same 60 seconds. He was brave in the uncomplicated way of someone who doesn't think through the consequences of bravery before he commits to it. And he loved your mother in a way that was, evident. Always." He looked at Harry. "They were, genuinely, remarkable people. And they deserved more time." Harry was quiet. He looked at his hands. When he looked up his eyes were bright but his face was composed. "Okay," he said. "Tell me the rest." And Dumbledore told him. He told him about Voldemort, not the euphemistic version, not the carefully edited version, but the actual account, the war, the fear, the deaths. He told him about the prophecy, word for word, which Sherlock was fairly certain was the first time Dumbledore had ever said it aloud outside a very small number of controlled contexts. He told him about the blood protection, what it required, why he had chosen Petunia's house. He told him about the trust fund and the payments, and his voice changed during that part, became quieter, the specific quality of quiet that comes when someone is saying something they cannot dress up. Harry listened to all of it. He asked, twice, for clarification on specific points, once about what vanquish meant in the context of the prophecy, and once about the mechanism of the blood protection, and each time he absorbed the answer and moved on without dramatics. When Dumbledore finished, the room was quiet for a long moment. "The cupboard," Harry said. "That wasn't in any of it. The prophecy doesn't say anything about a cupboard. The blood protection doesn't need a cupboard." "No," Dumbledore said. "So that was just them," Harry said. "Vernon and Petunia. That was just what they chose." "Yes. And you knew." Dumbledore stopped. He didn't try to navigate around it. "I did not investigate closely enough to know the specifics. But I was aware that the situation was, not comfortable. And I chose to accept that because the strategic purpose of the placement," he stopped again. "That is not an excuse. I am giving you context, not excuse. What happened to you in this house was caused by their choices and enabled by my choices. I am sorry, Harry." He said it simply, without ornamentation. "I am deeply sorry." Harry looked at him for a long time. "I believe you," Harry said. "But sorry doesn't reach back 6 years." "No," Dumbledore said. "It doesn't." He held Harry's gaze. I know that. The room was very quiet. Then Harry said, what happens now? Dumbledore looked at Sherlock, which was, Sherlock thought, correct. The question of what happened now had a specific answer that had been built by people who weren't Dumbledore, and Dumbledore was right to acknowledge that. Emma Trent files her protection report today, Sherlock said. You'll be assigned an interim placement, probably within the week. The Weasley family has been approached. He paused. Amelia Bones made contact through official channels. She knew them slightly. Arthur Weasley works at the Ministry. She thought, and I agree, that a wizarding family makes sense for now, because you have a great deal to learn about who you are and you need people around you who understand it. Harry nodded. The Weasleys, he said, testing the sound of it. There are a lot of them, Sherlock said. 7 children, I believe. One of them, Ronald, is approximately your age. Harry looked at the chess board they'd set up on the coffee table before Dumbledore arrived. Do they play chess? He said. Apparently obsessively, Sherlock said. Wizarding chess. The pieces move on their own and occasionally, actually move on their own, Harry said, with a quality of something lighting up in his face, the first time all morning that the brightness in his eyes was something other than controlled emotion. Like, directed by the player? Actually moving? Apparently so. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Do they smash each other? The pieces? Dumbledore's expression did something unexpected, something that was, behind all the weight of the morning, very nearly delighted. Comprehensively, he said. Harry sat back in his chair. Something settled in him, not resolution, the morning was too complex for resolution, but the small, specific piece of a person who has heard the truth and is now, for the first time, standing on real ground. Okay, he said. Okay. The week moved. Emma Trent's report landed on the right desk on the right day. The Dursleys were served formal papers, child protection action, ongoing investigation, potential criminal proceedings regarding the financial arrangement with the trust fund, and Vernon's face, when the papers were delivered, went through a sequence of colors that Sherlock observed from the garden gate with professional interest. Petunia signed the papers with a pen that she held the way people hold things they wish they could put down, and she looked at Harry across the hallway with an expression that was not, Sherlock thought, entirely without complexity. Something flickered in it. Something that might have been, once, a long time ago, in a different life, the beginning of something else. Harry looked back at her. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The Sirius Black Review was initiated on Monday. The Ministry of Magic, under pressure from 2 directions simultaneously, the DMLE complaint and the now formal Home Office inquiry into the nature of the 17th-century treaties, convened an emergency Wizengamot session to review the case. Amelia chaired it personally. Sherlock received the owl on Wednesday. The review had found the detention procedurally improper and factually unsupported. The evidence at the original scene had been misread, or had been insufficient, or had been both. The Wizengamot had voted to release Sirius Black from Azkaban pending a full trial, which Amelia had argued and won, not exoneration without process, because the process was the point, but release pending proper hearing. Sherlock read the owl twice and then went to tell Harry. Harry was in the garden. He took the news in the way he took everything, very still, very quiet, the thing going somewhere internal and being processed without visible drama. Then he said, when? The release is within the week. The trial is set for September. He paused. They say he's, the Dementors. Azkaban uses them as guards. The effect of 6 years of that is not, he stopped. He did not have a good way to say he may not be the person you're hoping for without saying it exactly that way, and he didn't want to say it exactly that way. He will need time, he said. Recovery. It won't be immediate. Harry nodded. I know, he said. He doesn't know me either. It goes both ways. He looked at the garden fence. But he's out. He will be. That's enough for now, Harry said. That's enough. The day Harry left Privet Drive was a Thursday, 9 days after Emma Trent's first visit. The Weasleys came in an old Ford Anglia that was substantially more interesting on the inside than any car had a right to be. Sherlock examined the interior with great interest while Molly Weasley, a broad, warm, slightly overwhelming woman who moved through the world like a force of nature in an apron, hugged Harry with the totality of someone who had decided the moment she heard about him that he was hers to look after. Harry went stiff for a moment, the instinctive flinch of someone unaccustomed to being touched kindly, and then, slowly, went not stiff. Arthur Weasley shook Mycroft's hand with great enthusiasm and asked him several questions about electricity that Mycroft answered with genuine patience. Ron Weasley, who was freckled and red-haired and approximately Harry's age, looked at Harry across the garden path for a moment with the assessing frankness of childhood and said, "Are you any good at chess?" Harry looked at Sherlock. Sherlock said nothing. Harry looked back at Ron. "I've had a good teacher," he said. Ron looked at Sherlock, who was standing by the garden gate with his sketchpad. "Is he coming?" "No," Sherlock said. "I'm not magical." Ron appeared to process this. "Oh," he said. "Right. Shame." Harry's trunk was small, it had taken 20 minutes to pack because Harry had very little, which was itself a piece of evidence, the accumulation of nothing that comes from not being given things. Sherlock had added 2 books from Aunt Helena's shelves, which Helena had pressed into his hands that morning and told him were Harry's. Harry had looked at them and looked at Aunt Helena and said thank you in a voice that required a moment after it. The trunk was loaded. Molly was organizing children in the efficient way of a woman with 6 others at home. Arthur was asking Mycroft about the Channel Tunnel. Harry walked back to Sherlock at the gate. They stood there for a moment. The ordinary sounds of Privet Drive went about their business around them, a lawnmower somewhere, a car, the ambient noise of a street that had contained something extraordinary for 7 years and had not noticed. "I don't really know how to do this," Harry said. "The leaving." "You walk to the car," Sherlock said. "You get in. The car drives away." Harry looked at him. "That's your advice?" "It's accurate advice." Harry almost smiled. It was the particular almost smile that Sherlock had learned to read as Harry's version of genuine amusement, dry, quiet, the joke in the specificity of things. When do you go back to London?" "End of the week. Mycroft's internship starts properly in September." He paused. "And there are things I want to look into." Following from all of this. The wizarding world there are significant questions remaining. Such as the nature of the protective magic. The actual mechanism of it, Dumbledore says he doesn't fully understand it, which is interesting because it suggests there are aspects of magic that even the most experienced practitioners find opaque. I want to understand why. I want to understand the theoretical framework underlying. He stopped. He looked at Harry. "I'm going to keep working on it," he said. "This doesn't stop because you're out of the cupboard." Harry looked at him steadily. "Thank you," he said. "Not just for the Parliament thing, the case. For sitting on the grass." He stopped. "For coming back." Sherlock thought about saying something about the case, about evidence, about logical steps, about the fact that any reasonable observer given the same information would have done the same. He thought about saying something measured and deflecting. He thought about several different responses. He said, "You were worth coming back for." Harry looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone receiving something they had not expected and don't quite know how to hold yet. Something that would need time to become ordinary. Then Molly Weasley called from the car, and Harry picked up the small bag he'd carried down himself, and he walked up the path of number 4 Privet Drive for the last time, and he got in the Ford Anglia. The car pulled away. Sherlock watched it go until it turned the corner, and then he stood for a moment in the quiet of the ordinary street, and then he opened his sketchpad to a fresh page and wrote, at the top, "Outstanding questions, Phase 2." And began. September came, and October, and the world moved in the way that worlds move when things have happened in them that cannot be unhappened. The Parliamentary Committee produced its formal report on the 3rd of September. Mycroft had a copy within 4 hours of publication, delivered by Harriet Walcott's office. It was 64 pages and its recommendations were, as these things went, considerable: a formal oversight framework for the wizarding community operating within British territory, to be negotiated between the Ministry of Magic and a newly constituted joint committee, immediate reform of the wizarding legal system's detention provisions, a review of all cases in Azkaban where no trial record existed, and the establishment of a joint child welfare protocol covering magical minors who were placed with non-magical families. The section concerning Harry Potter specifically was 7 pages. The financial remedy, full return of the trust fund to Harry's direct management, with an independent trustee appointed by Gringotts and approved by both the Wizarding and Muggle authorities, was implemented within the week. The criminal investigation of the Dursleys proceeded through Surrey Police with the full file, including the Gringotts records, which had been shared under the new framework's provisions. Dumbledore appeared before the full Wizengamot in October. He gave, by all accounts, a thorough and honest account. Amelia sent Sherlock an owl describing it as the most remarkable thing I have seen in 40 years of service, and I include the war. The Wizengamot's response was divided, which Amelia had predicted, but the outcome was significant. Dumbledore retained his positions, because there was no legal mechanism to remove him and because his record in the war was genuinely extraordinary, but a permanent oversight committee was established for both Hogwarts and the Wizengamot itself, and the specific provision that allowed single authority decisions regarding magical minors' placements was struck entirely from the code. Sirius Black's trial took place on the 14th of September. Sherlock read the transcript, which Amelia sent in full. The evidence against Sirius was, on examination, almost entirely circumstantial: the scene, the wand traces, the testimony of a single Auror who had arrived after the fact. The evidence in his favor was thin but pointed: the discrepancy in the magical trace analysis, a statement from a Hogwarts professor who had been a contemporary of James Potter's inner circle, and the specific implausibility of the prosecution's reconstruction of events when examined against the physical evidence from the scene. The Wizengamot acquitted him. Not unanimously, nothing in the Wizengamot was ever unanimous, but clearly. Sirius Black walked out of the Ministry of Magic on a grey September afternoon, blinking in daylight for the first time in 6 years, and he was met by Amelia Bones, who had arranged it so that the first person he saw was not a journalist or a ministry functionary but someone who looked at him with professional directness and said, "You have a godson. He's at the Weasleys in Devon. And he knows about you." By all accounts Sirius Black sat down on the ministry steps in his released prisoner's clothes and said absolutely nothing for 30 seconds. Then he said, "Is he all right?" "He is now," Amelia said. Sirius visited Harry at the Weasleys 3 days later. Sherlock was not there for this. He was in London, in Mycroft's flat. Mycroft had taken a small flat in Pimlico for the internship year and had, with visible internal struggle, given Sherlock the spare room, working through the Phase 2 questions with a ferocity of focus that Mycroft occasionally interrupted to make him eat. But Harry wrote to him. He had Hedwig now, a snowy owl, a birthday present from Dumbledore that Sherlock privately considered a calculated gesture of reparation, and that Harry had, privately, been delighted by. The letter came on a Wednesday, and Sherlock read it sitting on the floor of the Pimlico flat, surrounded by books on theoretical magic and wizarding legal history, and it said, "He's not what I expected. He's thinner than I thought someone could be and still be walking around. He doesn't say much. But he looked at me for a long time when he first came in, and then he said I have my dad's face but my mum's eyes, which is apparently what everyone says, and I said I know, I've heard, and he laughed. It was the first time I'd made someone laugh and it felt good. He's going to stay near Devon for a while he gets better. We've been playing Exploding Snap, which is a card game, and he cheats at it and doesn't think I've noticed. I've noticed. I'm going to wait until the right moment and then let him know. I think he's going to be okay. I think I'm going to be okay. I don't know what okay feels like from the inside yet, but I'm starting to get the shape of it. Ron beat me at chess last week. He was very pleased about it. I let him win, obviously. I'm waiting for the right moment. Come at Christmas if you can. The Weasleys said you can. Molly said she'll make the thing with the roast potatoes. Sherlock read the letter twice. He put it in the back of the sketchpad, between the pages, next to the copy he'd made of the Hogwarts crest and the first page of the inventory. He picked up his pencil and went back to Phase 2. The Hogwarts letters came in July of 1991, as they did every year for children of 11. 2 of them arrived at the Burrow, which was the Weasleys' house in Devon where Harry had, by this point, spent more time than anywhere else. One was addressed to Ron Weasley. One was addressed to Harry Potter, and the address was, simply, Harry Potter, The Burrow, Ottery Street Catchpole, Devon. Harry held it for a while before opening it. He sat on the garden wall of the Burrow in the summer morning with the envelope in his hands and looked at the Hogwarts crest on the seal. He knew the crest by heart, had known it for 4 years, had looked at a pencil sketch of it in his cupboard and held it as proof of something, and then he opened it. He read the letter. He read it again. Then he went inside and wrote 2 letters. One to Dumbledore, accepting his place at Hogwarts. One to Sherlock, which arrived by owl at Mycroft's flat in Pimlico on a Tuesday morning and which Sherlock read before he was fully awake, standing at the kitchen counter in the grey London dawn. It said, letter came. I'm going. September 1st, King's Cross, platform 9 3/4, which is a sentence I've been waiting to be able to say to you since I found out it was real. Ron's coming too, obviously. Sirius is coming to see me off. He's doing better. You'd like the improvement, it's very evidence-based, getting better. Measurable increments. I know you said you weren't going to come. I know you said the observation program was still 3 years from formal establishment and you can't just accompany a student for no documented reason. But I also know that you have been in correspondence with McGonagall since January and that Mycroft has been having conversations with the Ministry about the Joint Oversight Framework's educational provisions. So I think you're coming and I think you haven't told me because you enjoy the dramatic reveal and also because you don't want to commit to something before it's settled. This is me not commenting on any of that. The chess set is packed. In case you were wondering. HPS. I beat Ron last week. He doesn't know yet that I wasn't trying. Sherlock read the letter 3 times. He looked at it for a moment. Then he went to the desk in the spare room, where Phase 2 occupied most of the surface area in the topology he'd maintained for 4 years, and he cleared a section of it and wrote, at the top of a fresh page, Platform 9 3/4, Methodology for Approach. Mycroft appeared in the doorway with coffee, saw what Sherlock was writing, and said, I thought you said you weren't going. I'm not going for sentimental reasons, Sherlock said, without looking up. I'm going because there are significant theoretical questions about the nature of magical education that require direct observation, and because the Joint Oversight Framework's educational provisions, which you've been negotiating for 3 months, don't look at me like that, specifically include a Crown observation program for which I am the natural candidate. Mycroft looked at the ceiling. Also, Sherlock said, Harry's chess game needs more pressure. He's been playing Ron Weasley, who is adequate. Mycroft drank his coffee. The train is at 11, he said. I know when the train is, Sherlock said. You'll need to pack. I packed last week. Mycroft looked at him. Sherlock kept writing. The morning light in the Pimlico flat was grey and ordinary and London was already moving outside the window, that enormous indifferent city going about its business. And inside the flat a 17-year-old who was 3 weeks from his ministerial position and a now 11-year-old who had never been anywhere but Surrey and London and the Borough were on the same trajectory as they'd been on since a summer morning in 1987 when someone had sat on the grass outside a too small window and said, I notice things. The 1st of September was 2 weeks away. Sherlock wrote until breakfast, and then he ate, and then he went back to writing, and somewhere in Devon a boy who had once held a book at exactly the right angle for 1 inch of light was packing a trunk that was full, completely full, with things that were entirely his own. The Hogwarts Express departed at 11 o'clock exactly, which Sherlock had predicted, and it pulled out of King's Cross in the specific steam and noise of a departure that was also a beginning, and the platform fell away, and the city fell away, and then the city gave way to the particular countryside of England in early autumn, gold and green and the occasional startling red of a turning tree, and in a compartment near the middle of the train 4 people sat, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Both 11, one of them playing with an exploding snap deck and one of them looking out the window with green eyes that were very wide and completely present, and across from them, Sherlock Holmes, 11, with his sketchpad open to a fresh page and the words Phase 3 written at the top, and, squeezed into the corner with a newspaper that was not quite concealing his expression, a man who was still slightly too thin, with dark hair going grey at the temples and a face that had the particular quality of someone who had come back from a very far distance and had found, against considerable odds, something worth coming back to. Sirius Black had insisted on the platform, and had refused to insist past the platform, and had then been outvoted 3-1 and was in a compartment with the expression of someone who intended to be annoyed about this and was instead something else entirely. Ron looked at Sherlock. "So you're really not magical at all? Even a little bit?" "Not even a little bit," Sherlock said. "But you're just, coming anyway." "Observation program," Sherlock said. "Crown approved. Duly documented." Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked out the window. "He's been looking for an excuse for 4 years, Harry said. "I have been pursuing legitimate research into the nature of magical education for 4 years, Sherlock said. Harry said. He was smiling. He was looking at the countryside going past, the specific unrepeatable landscape of England in September, ordinary and extraordinary and completely itself, and he was smiling in the way that people smile when they are full of something they don't have words for yet and don't feel the need for words. Just the thing itself. Just the feeling, right there in the compartment, warm and real and moving. Sirius put his newspaper down and looked at the 4 of them and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that the moment wasn't already saying. The Hogwarts Express went north. The game began.